Vice Chancellors, the Acting Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, Knowledge University, Basra, as well as the Vice Chancellor of Palmeru. So welcome to both of you. I also recognize and welcome the presence of all corporate leaders. I don't think I'll be able to do justice as well if I name every one. I think the time will run out. So thank you very much for taking our time and being present with amongst all of us today. Thank you. Back to you, Deepa.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. Working under your guidance, supervision, and leadership has always been an honor for us and the entire team. Let's start with the first session for the day. The session is being conducted by our longtime partner, work together, HISIA. Infosys, along with TAS, are starting two initiatives, Faculty Immersive Experience and Curriculum Mastermind, to help our students with better employability. To know details about these programs, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the first woman president of HISIA, Ms. Manisha Sahu, President and Delivery Head, Campus Head, Hyderabad SCZ, and Indoor Infosys onto the dais. Please, ma'am, come onto the dais. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would invite Mr. Srinivas, COO, HISIA. Sir, please come onto the dais. Okay. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Hari Raja from Wipro. Please come on to the dais, sir. Next, I would like to request Mr. Tirumala Silva, Infosys. Next, I would request Mr. Tirumala CLO Infosys to join. Please come on to the dais, sir. Okay. Now, good side on. No, okay. We already have Ms. Meenakshi from Infosys joining us virtually. Thank you all. Anyone else from Infosys, ma'am? Yes. Thank you all.
Yes, ma'am, you can go ahead. Sorry.
Good morning. This is Manisha Sabu. I'm campus head for Infosys, which is largest IT campus globally, which is set up on 450 acres, and we have 40,000 associates working there. Infosys is also the largest, one of the largest employer in Telangana. Apart from this, I'm serving as president of HISIA. HISIA is Hyderabad's Software Enterprises Association, where we have members who are GCC, we have IT organizations and the system integrators. We have startups, so right from Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Deloitte, Infosys, TCS, Wipro, all are our members. We have more than 200 members. It almost translates to 90% of the IT workforce is represented by our member organizations. Government of Telangana the government wants us to walk and grow, we need to have right talent. So talent transformation is the most important strategy theme for ICIA as we work for growth of IT organizations in Hyderabad and overall Telangana. We are going to spend disproportionate effort on talent transformation, making sure that knowledge is democratized from the colleges in the best of the best colleges in Telangana to the colleges in the rural Telangana. It should not be like which college you are studying in. It should be this is, if anybody is enthusiastic, energetic, and is passionate about learning, the knowledge should be available. There are 3 important interventions that ICIA is taking up. Please listen to this carefully. First one is curriculum mastermind, where we have the practitioners coming in from various IT organizations, and they will be working in the consultative mode with institutions. So it is up to you to decide how you want to take advantage of their might. That's the curriculum mastermind. We have Hari Raju from Wipro, who is managing this intervention, who will explain the details of it. In addition to that, we understand that ultimately, if we want to reach out this third intervention, which is the most interesting, which is related to adopting colleges. While the first 2 interventions will depend on colleges and students, but the third intervention will be by invitation, and we will look at who are the colleges who are actually active on this Adopt 2 platforms, will obviously get little bit of benefit when it comes to adopting colleges. Session. Earlier this month, we were having a meeting of ICIA, and all who's who of the IT industry were present. And you will not believe, there was one GCC leader who said that my organization was considering different IT hubs in India for growth, and they chose some other city over Hyderabad because they felt that the right talent is not available. My heart sank when I heard this. I'm sure you also find it very difficult to believe and accept that we are letting IT organization move to other states just because we don't have right talent. And that is when the reality hit us that we as ICIA need to really take this up as a disproportionately important initiative and intervention for us, and go all the way to make sure that at least from the industry side we are offering our best to the universities and colleges. I'll request Meenakshi to explain the teacher's immersive experience to you. This is available to 17,000 teachers who are there in Telangana, the engineering colleges and non-engineering colleges registered with TASK. Any of the teacher can decide to take up this intervention. It will have certain courses which are available online. The interaction with Meenakshi is about that. But in addition to that, the top 2,000 teachers who are ahead of the curve in this online courses will be invited to interact with the IT organizations in their IT campus and will go through a day in life of IT engineer. So they'll actually experience this. That will be the immersive experience that we are talking about. And of course, as we move forward, there'll be more and more broad-based intervention. Over to you, Meenakshi.
Probably, Meenakshi, we are having some technology problems, so Murphy's Law.
Okay.
Things have to go right, things go wrong. So we are just trying to sort that out. She's already online, so but the presentation will not be seen by people. So
That's okay. Let her start talking. Yes.
So we can get the mic over there and
Yeah.
over there.
Yes. Madam, you can speak now.
How do you?
The details because I've been involved and I've been working with Meenakshi. Apologies to Meenakshi because she must have prepared and is maybe foregoing some of her important engagements for this session. So when it comes to the immersive session and immersive experience for teachers, basically what we've heard is that there are typically many universities, many colleges which have 3 weeks given to the teachers, that they expect that the teachers will spend 3 weeks at least in a year to improve their knowledge. They will invest in themselves. So we have come up with 3 weeks of self-paced learning on Infosys Springboard, where the learning path is given, and that's where the courses which we have discussed with the industry, and we said, okay, these are the major courses that are needed, especially in terms of full stack development, so that it will give overall view to the teachers about what exactly that IT employees do. And the 3 weeks learning path is there on Infosys Springboard. Teachers will just have to log in and take that learning path. We will also have industry experts talking to the teachers periodically, because it should not be just theoretical, it should be also experiential. You learn from what exactly is happening from in the industry. So the industry experts will talk to the teachers periodically and interact with them and tell them how it is relevant, how it is exactly the courses, how do the courses exactly translate to actual work that the students do when they join IT organizations. So it is self-paced learning path on Infosys Springboard. Experts coming in, taking master classes for the teachers and interacting with them, guiding them. And the third part, which I has already explained to you, it is related to actually visiting the campuses and spending time with the IT employees, understanding how's the work environment, what exactly happens. With this, I'll hand it over to Hari Raja, who is head of Wipro in Hyderabad. He will explain the curriculum mastermind to you. We have the deck. Okay, deck is not coming, so please.
Okay. So, first of all, glad to meet with all of you, right? So, I'll be presenting, you can't see that, but I'll be presenting, what we are putting together, what we call it as curriculum mastermind, right? So, first of all, this whole thing was being put together by taking help from several people within the corporate, right? It is not one single individual, like, I'm collating all that information. Just to introduce myself, I run the Hyderabad Delivery Center for Wipro. That's my day job. Night job is, working along with HICIA as part of the managing committee, right, to help elevate Telangana's position and Hyderabad's position as the talent hub, right? So, first of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to a lot of people who participated in this initiative, right? We have people from ServiceNow, we have people from Infosys, people from Code Tantra, right? If you really look at it, the consumer of IT talent or technology talent, it goes to GCCs, it goes to service organizations, and it goes to product organizations, right? So we took inputs from all these three organizations to put this up, right? So just from an objective of this particular initiative, it is to provide a consultative advice, right, to the educational institutions, right, to design their future curriculums, right? While there is supply that is coming in, how effective is that supply to be able to, where we can consume that in the industry, right? So to provide that consultative advice to the educational institutions, that is first objective. Second objective is, as Manisha was saying, make Telangana as a talent hub, right? We should not be in a situation where, where some of the GCCs or product organizations are moving to other states or other places just because there is lack of talent availability within, the Telangana state. The third one is, how we can grow this particular talent ecosystem by having corporate, government, and educational institutions working together, right? So these are the three objectives that we want to achieve using this particular initiative. So the approach that we have taken, we went through all the skill sets or all the areas, right, which needs to be developed as a future of technology, as the future of technology is heading, right? And this is where, a lot of market research and market insights have been taken in, right? So we went through all that list. We had a sequence of meetings, amongst the corporate leaderships, right, to determine, and prioritize three areas which are going to be of significant demand over the next 5 to 6 years. Okay, so post that, we took those three initiatives, and then we sat with the respective subject matter experts to see how we can design the curriculum, right? And some of that curriculum may already exist in your educational institutions, right? If we need to incorporate few changes, we will recommend those things also. So, so we design the curriculum in terms of topical areas. The last step is, how we can deliver this curriculum to a specific institution, right? That is the third step, which we expect to work along with you, right? HICIA is going to be working along with the respective educational institution to make that happen. So the three areas that we had identified, the first one is product management, the second one is cloud, and the third one is data analytics and insights. So in terms of product management, right, this is the core of innovation, right? The more product management organization or product management skill set is available in Telangana, will be able to attract product development organizations into Telangana, right? The more product development organizations come in, it will become an innovation hub. Not only that, we will be able to attract a lot of service organizations and engineering talent also if you have, the product management happens here. Now, product management, as some of you may know, right, it is the hub of getting the business strategy, getting the technology, getting the user experience. All these three things within a single individual, right? While, part of the curriculum, current curriculum is focusing on one area versus other, how we can create an integrated curriculum. As people are going to be coming out of college, they will be able to become a product manager or product, product marketing team, so that, they'll be able to contribute to product innovation. So that is, one area that we are going to be concentrating on. Second one is cloud. As some of you may know, once again, cloud is delivered through multiple means: infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, right? And it is not just about the terminology of cloud, but how you deliver cloud to our customers, right? It is very important to understand what kind of architectural guidelines that are needed, what kind of DevOps mechanisms that are very important, how you can drive different methodology to deliver cloud-based solutions versus an on-premise solution, right? So that is going to be part of the curriculum that we propose. The last one is data, right? This is around not just database management systems, right? That's thing of the past, right? When we really look at forward-looking, right? Data requires the entire 360-degree ecosystem of data, right? Which require the actual data modeling, data management, right? And then take it to extraction, transformation, loading, right? All those elements, right? So we are going to be creating or designing that curriculum covering all those aspects also. So at this point in time, as I said, we identified the areas from the corporate insights. We have designed the curriculum at a high level, topical areas, right? And we are breaking it down further in terms of, the details in terms of how much time should we be taking, right, to deliver this particular curriculum, right? The next steps, as I mentioned, working along with the educational institutions to see how we can deliver this program. Should it be, maybe a non-credit course? Should it be, maybe a credit course? Or should it be where somebody from corporate will come in and provide maybe 2 hours a week or 3 hours a week working along with your institutions, right? So the idea, as I said, it is very important for us to develop this talent pool so that we can attract the right investments from corporates within the Hyderabad ecosystem. Okay, so these are the things that we are working on from HYCIA perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harirajat. That is very, very relevant, and I'm sure that the institutions will be eagerly reaching out to HYCIA to ensure that to take the advantage of the consultative mastermind which is there and which will be able to support you. As you heard from Hari, it is not just about curriculum change, it is also about, changing curriculum is not very easy even at the college level or the university level. So don't just wait for curriculum revamp, which may or may not be possible. Also look at, can we augment the existing curriculum that So can we have after college classes conducted for the students where the students will be able to take advantage of the industry mind? So there are multiple interventions possible. Reach out to us, collaborate with HYCIA, we should be able to help you. Next I will request Thiru, who is spearheading Infosys Springboard, which is Infosys CSR initiative. I mentioned about democratizing skill set, democratizing education. I'll request Thiru to tell us some important points about how the colleges and universities can take advantage of Infosys Springboard and move forward confidently. Over to you, Thiru.
Thanks, Manisha. Thanks, Srikanji, for giving the opportunity, and Hari, great listening to you. It's always great to be in front of Chris Srikant, who has been a great idol for all of us. Especially recently, we have seen the movie. So thanks for being here. See, my role at Infosys is basically I take care of all competency development for all the Infosys employees. We have close to 300,000 employees, and as everyone knows, today industry is continuously being disrupted by many different technologies, right? When I joined Infosys 25 years back, what I learned for some time was good enough for me for at least 10 to 15 years. and you know that the shelf life of the skills is shrinking day by day. So what we need to do as a company was we need to create this culture of lifelong learning and always on learning mindset, which is very important for the talent. And that is what we have been doing at Infosys. We have the world's largest corporate university. In Mysore, we have 350-acre campus where we can train 15,000 students in-house. But that is only solving one part of the problem. Especially everyone is talking about great resignation, where talent is moving from one company to another company. So where you see the sum total of the talent is actually zero. So what we need to do especially is how do you create net new talent? And the net new talent obviously comes from all of you who are here, right? You're all representing wonderful colleges, the university ecosystem, and you are actually churning out wonderful talent every year. And industry has to take advantage of that. But unfortunately, there has been a debate in the recent times where we call this as skills versus degrees. You know, previously when companies like Infosys, Wipro and everyone was hiring, we used to basically go with what is your percentage of marks in your degree? Are you good in terms of taking a test, clearing the test? And then we basically take the pain of training, because once you train, you know they are fine for at least 5 to 6 years. But now what is happening is the world itself is disrupted. The millennials that you are actually training, or the students who are with you, they are already exposed to a lot of digital apps within themselves, right? Everyone is a digital native, according to me, meaning they already know everything. They kind of know a lot of knowledge and a lot of information is available. But how do you then harness that particular capabilities, and then how do you create talent which is ready for the industry? So instead of trying to get into a debate where industries are now questioning whether do we really need a degree, or do you really need skills in an individual which continuously can be honed and can be continuously be upskilled and reskilled so that you can actually put them, right? That is a big debate going on, not just in India, but across the world. So what we did at Infosys was we said, you know, we have always been known to be a great corporate university, but what can we do for the society? 1.5 years back, we launched this program called Infosys Springboard. If you Google Infosys Springboard, you will actually see the platform that is available for you. You can download it on App Store or Play Store. But essentially, we are trying to address the problem of how do you make sure that the point that Hari was talking about, how do you make digital ready courses, how do you make student ready for the industry in a right way? So what we have done is Infosys Springboard offers 12,000 courses free of cost. Any college today who is really looking at industry curriculum, industry skills, you don't really have to go anywhere. You can just download the platform, or you can app, and then you can register, and then you have access to 12,000 free courses that you can integrate into your curriculum. We are here from Infosys to support you as a part of Springboard. That's the first part. So 12,000 plus courses, and these courses are in multiple areas, right? It's not just about digital skills, it's also digital plus life skills. So what does life skills mean? It's also about professional skills. How do you communicate? How do you interact? How do you work as a team? How do you build the design thinking or problem solving mindset? All of that. And then one important thing that we are now trying to do is build business communication skills using English as a primary language. No matter which country, which state, which city you are in, we want to make sure that every student gets access to wonderful English. And that is where we were just talking to Srikanji, and it's nice to hear the initiative that you are doing, sir. So what we are doing there is you have access, we have training programs that we keep doing. That's the first thing. Second thing is any college which doesn't have a learning platform today basically can actually create your own tenant on Springboard, and you create your own digital college on Infosys Springboard, which means you can put your academic curriculum, you can actually put your own content, you can actually create assessments, and essentially what we are trying to do is we are going to help you digitize your current setup, again free of cost. The idea behind that is we don't want every college or every university to reinvent some things which are already available. So we are ready to give that again as a free of cost. So you have an access to a world-class platform, including collaboration infrastructure along with assessment capabilities, which helps you to kind of make sure that you know your students are taking best advantage of it. And it's always on, available anytime, anywhere, right? That's the second one. The third one is we are working with, for example, TASK in Telangana, where they are doing a phenomenal job of trying to make sure that the bridge between colleges and industry is basically kind of improved, right? That is basically taken care. So we are working with TASK, for example, where Srikanji is really doing so many things. We are trying to see how we can help from Infosys Springboard and make all of these things. What Meenakshi from my team and Manisha, who has just spoken, we are trying to do is we are trying to help enable faculty. So any of your teachers who really needs how to teach in the digital era, how to get the skills on digital technologies, how do you communicate, interact with digital millennials, we are ready to train you. And we recently have trained 200,000 teachers from different states. And in fact, we are ready to host you in our campus, which is again, one of the things Manisha was talking about is a high SIA focus. The fourth thing that we have done is there are Makers Lab that we are setting up, which means any student who is learning well in your own college ecosystem as well as on Springboard, we are ready to kind of host them and give them access to world-class Makers Lab setup where they can tinker, they can experiment, they can do a lot of things. Again, everything is free of cost. When they come to a campus like Infosys or Wipro, their own aspirations and ambitions actually get ignited, right? That is another important thing, especially when they see how the ecosystem works in an industry like IT, they can actually get inspired and they can do a lot of things for themselves. So Makers Lab is the fourth element that we are doing. And the fifth one is we are creating what we call as internships. Internships are always known to be something where you go and do it in the final semester of a college. Instead, what we are trying to do is we are ready to offer internships every year, at least 3 to 4 programs. Virtually itself, we can enable the students. Each student can create their digital footprint, and that helps them to be, again, job ready, or that helps them to this. So internships is the fifth one. And the last one is basically there are certifications that are available. We got accredited by AICTE. So any college, any student who is leveraging Infosys Springboard platform, they can actually get credits. You can give credits because it's AICTE recognized, and that actually helps students to get some kind of brownie points, and the skill versus degree debate that I talked about can be addressed. So please do visit Infosys Springboard. Any help you need on that in terms of digitizing your own ecosystem or getting free content. And this is an initiative where we have earmarked our CSR funds, and we are really ready to help you in terms of helping the country and creating job-ready talent. Hopefully the questions that Manisha you said is not asked anywhere, whether we have good talent available, because India is known for its great talent, and industries as well as the bodies like TASK, we are all ready to kind of help to get your students ready for industry. So thanks again for the opportunity.
So we start with questions. Thank you very much. In fact, I think now I throw the floor open for questions. I'm sure a lot of you would have questions. I'm sure a lot of corporates would be wondering how they can collaborate and be part of this entire faculty immersive immersion program. And others also would, colleges, etc., would have questions. So can I have the volunteers with the mics? Yep. Yes, please. The floor is open for questions.
Questions and suggestions.
Oh yes, questions as well as suggestions. Thank you, Manisha. I think since this is the focus thing where we are presenting what we want to do, it is an important thing for us to also get suggestions. Please feel free to give us suggestions, questions. Mic to Krish. You want mic? Okay, no, okay. Yeah.
Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Swati Dean of Ashoka School of Business. I really congratulate, and we are very much happy as being educational institutions. The collaborative platform what Infosys is providing is really amazing. I have a small query because we are PGDM and we are very flexible in designing our syllabus. We are completely, independent. So how we need to go about, and can we invite the subject experts, because we have artificial intelligence and data science, which we are going to initiate, and we want the support from the corporates in order to design the program, and also how exactly that we can collaborate for this.
Like to.
You have this question for specifically for Infosys Springboard, or asking that question? That's very, very relevant. We will be initially going through task, of course, so you should approach task. But in addition to that, you can also reach out to HICIA directly, and our curriculum mastermind will be in touch with you to help you analyze your curriculum and suggest what are the possible options that you have. Including, as I mentioned, that maybe some of the industry experts will come, talk to the students, etc.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Next question, please. The gentleman over there. Yes, sir.
Namaskar. Namaskar. This is Dr. Murthy from Bhadraka College. We have close association with TASK. For our students, we have been conducting various activities through TASK. Most of our students registered in TASK. Beyond all these things, we want to interact on the internships, activities for our UG and PG students. How can I take the help of industry? Thank you.
Sure. So probably I'll answer that question, Dr. Murthy. I think we are already working very closely with HICIA and multiple other partners also to provide the internships. We'd be happy to do that. In fact, you will see as the day progresses that we are signing MOUs specifically for internship, which will get converted into placements, also kind of opportunities with CSS Corp and other organizations. So definitely we are on it, and we'd be happy to support all the colleges over here with various programs like that. Thank you. Yes, please. Next.
Hi, sir. This is Dr. Rohit, Director at KGD College of Engineering. Thanks a lot for the programs that HICIA is recommending. I think one particular thing is really important, especially the pairing of colleges to industry professionals. We talk about asking colleges to prepare students to industry, but most of our faculty have never worked in the industry. So how do you expect them to prepare students from industry when they themselves have not worked in there? They've taken undergrad courses, they've taken MTech courses, they become a faculty. They know maybe how to teach a syntax of a program, but they don't know how to teach them logical thinking and problem solving. And these have to be done through maybe some industry experience. So I'm sure there are folks in industry who are interested for our faculty. And also it will help us give some industry experience. Either there could be industry problems or simulated problems, but that problem solving is really missing right now, and we can't expect our faculty to teach our students that. So I think the program that you're coming up with, if it really works out, I think it will be amazing for all of us. So thanks for thinking about that.
Thank you. In fact, that exactly was the problem statement, and that's what we said. You know, our faculty members can write code, but would the code be efficient? Industry would require. And let me face facts, and in fact, it was an eye-opener when Thiru told me that if you, and I tried it out among some of the colleges that I visited off late, that how many programs the student has written during their entire 4 years of engineering or 3 years of their degree. Not more than 4 to 5. That's it. And once they join the industry, you expect them to be expert programmers. That cannot happen, and that's where this program was there. Thiru, would you like to? Manisha, would you like to also?
I just have one comment. I was really taken aback when you said that if this program works out, believe me, we have to actively work together and make this program of faculty immersive experience extremely successful, not just successful.
Ma'am, I've mentioned.
Yeah, please clap. This is important that we work together. And I'm hoping that you get the point that we are going to work together to make it successful.
I only mentioned if is because we've tried something similar the last 1 year. A few challenges we face is the commitment of the industry folk to really help a college, because it's not going to help them advance their careers. So it's really important to find those industry folks who have an aptitude or a passion for education, because their commitment can really go away, and then the colleges will be in a place where we actually don't get the right support. So I really hope it works. I think as colleges we really want to get the support, but from an industry itself there needs to be some level of commitment, because this is not going to help them in their personal careers. So that's something for us to look at.
Glad you bring this point up, because when a college works with a company, any one IT organization, there's a possibility of things working or not working. But since HICIA represents the industry and the multiple associations, even if something doesn't work, and in our governance we know that, okay, this is not working out, this is where the challenge is, we can very quickly find somebody else to step in. And that's the might of HICIA, 200 IT organizations coming together to support colleges and institutions.
Dhiru, would you like to add something?
I think definitely industry is committed, right? As I said, there is no other option for industry, otherwise enabling them. So instead of trying to do it in such a way that we go and start impacting every college, we are trying to train the trainers, where we have bought we have hired academic professors or lecturers into Infosys. We are enabling them, and using them we are now doing the springboard, task support and all of that, so that we can then help. Faculty enablement is important, but outside of faculty enablement, important element is, I think every student today can actually inspire teacher as well. So what happens, unfortunately, as Srikanth was saying, what I told him is not more than 4 to 5 programs are written by a computer science graduate today when we actually train them. So students also has to be inspired. Students actually have to work with teachers. Industry is ready. I think you already heard Hari and Manisha talk about curriculum changes, faculty enablement, faculty immersion programs. Springboard, we are doing faculty enablement. So all of this anyway will come together.
Thanks, Dhiru. Probably, just to add to that, I would also like to mention that ever since we have been working with HICIA, right, we have found the commitment of the HICIA organization, the members, etc., to be huge and immense. And that is where we are very confident. But I would like, all the college representatives over here to show, give me a show of hands of how many colleges would like to adopt this curriculum. Can I see a show of hands, please?
Great.
Good. I think it's a good start, Manisha. We would be able to, launch this program and take it forward. So please be on the lookout for mails coming from our side about this program, the Curriculum Mastermind and the Faculty Immersive Experience Program. One thing which our friend over there said, would like to reiterate that yes, it will be the problems that will be given to the faculty members would be either live problems or simulated problems, but industry level problems. And that is what is going to make the difference in the program. Next question, please.
Can I add something, sir?
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Rohit. I'm from TAP Academy. So I see that he was studying in Purdue. So when he came down to visit, my college placements was happening. So he was very curious and he was observing from a third party point of view how the placements happened.
I'm sure everybody will agree that yes, we need to start early, and the curriculum mastermind is exactly aligned to that, where we say, okay, from first year, what is being done? Can we have interactions with the teachers and the students, tell them what is expected from them? And thank you so much for the inputs. They are really it gives me immense satisfaction that yes, we are walking on the right path. So that's why I wanted to hear your opinions, your views. It's very, very important for us.
Thank you.
I'm from...
Please, sorry.
So I think, unfortunately, you could not see the content, right? But if you really look at it, right, when we are putting together this curriculum, it is not just about skill sets. It is about mindset, okay? Especially for some of these areas, skill sets, you can actually obtain it, even after you graduate from the college, right? But mindset is something that needs to be shaped, right from the beginning. That is why I said, whether it needs to be that is what we want to, discuss along with you, right? How we should be imparting this particular mindset and knowledge as part of the curriculum, right? Whether it should be from first year onwards, whether it should be from second year onwards, or whether it should be just a part-time, right? It's not like full-time, right? Because it needs to be managed on a continuous value stream, right? So that is how we are looking.
Probably also what I'd like to add over here is that we are running what is called as the HICIA Task Win Talk series, where we talk about what industries need. Now this session is done once in a fortnight. In fact, the next session is on 22nd, which is on cyber security. And we have industry professionals talking not about 30,000 feet above sea level, but right to the ground about jobs that are existing today in the industry and how can our students actually aspire for them. What are the qualifications to be done? What are the job profiles? What are the certifications? How they can move? Which are the companies also? And what platforms, tools, etc. that they need to use. So that program we are already running, and I don't see any reason why you should not permit your first year and second year students also to be part of the WinTalk series. Right now we are focusing it only on the third and fourth year, but I think it will be good to make it available for the first and second year students also. Next question, please. Yeah, Madan, you have a suggestion. Okay. Can we have the mic for Madan? Okay.
Hi, good morning. This is Madan Padaki. I'm an entrepreneur but work with UNICEF on a platform called Yuva, where we're trying to bring corporates and tech companies together to create better opportunities. One thought I have, and happy to explore that, we are trying to do that at UNICEF, is today's world is all about gamification and creating social credit systems. So across the board, if we start creating some sort of a gamified learning process for our youngsters, it could be through programs, through tech startups, etc. And then we start recognizing the credits that they get. It could be by attending a talk, by doing a project or whatever. And then they start getting internships and job opportunities. That could give a very visible benchmark on where they are and where they need to go.
I think it's a great idea, right? Gaming theory and gamification techniques are definitely something we need to bring in. See, the concept of pedagogy is more for children. Higher education has to go into what we call as andragogical approach, right? And there I think you need to bring in gaming theory, gaming principles, challenge-oriented learning, adaptive thinking or adaptive learning. So some of those we have already implemented. We can share some practices in terms of what we have done within Infosys, and we can as well work in partnership mode.
Absolutely. I think like adult learners, these students also do scan reading. No one goes through the text, so it's scan reading itself. So yes, absolutely agree with you. In fact, we need to bring in those kind of pedagogical changes. Sure, definitely. The mic over there. Can we have the mic? Okay, first the gentleman over there, then I'll get you the mic.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, P. Nagaraju, Principal, Government Polytechnic, Mehboob Nagar.
Thank you so much for asking me that question or giving the suggestion. I mentioned about college adoption, and I didn't go into detail because we are not ready to launch it yet. We are building framework. So when we discussed it with the industries, we realized that there's also a part of domain, problem solving, innovation that has to be built into the curriculum, or that has to be taught to the students to make them industry ready. And whatever curriculum mastermind we can do, or the teacher's immersive experience we do, we will not be able to cater to the exact expectation that a particular organization has from the students they want to hire. That is where the college adoption will come into picture. Say for example, Wells Fargo of the world. What they need is totally different from maybe the State Street of the world which needs, or the Mass Mutual of the world they need. So we will be working with these organizations to see, or even for that matter, a startup requires totally different skill sets and thought process. So we will be working that as industry. Please do reach out to HISIA. I'm not requesting any of the colleges to reach out to us for the adoption of the colleges, because that is not the way we are going to look at adoption. It will be more of who are the colleges who are enthusiastic about the teacher's immersive experience, or which are the colleges which are reaching out to us for curriculum mastermind consultation. Who are these enthusiastic colleges which want to be ahead of the curve? Obviously, those are the colleges we will consider on priority for college adoption. So, but industry leaders, I'll request you to join hands with HISIA for college adoption. We will be able to do it better together.
Sure. Just to add to that, if you look at our programs itself with task offers, we have about 110 plus programs. Out of which, different programs are being offered. We do cover 21st century skills. We do cover attitudes and aptitudes also. So arithmetic and reasoning, etc. Everything is covered as part of it. Earlier, I agree with you. The relevance of task used to be only in the final year. But moving ahead now, it is right from the first year and onwards that task gets involved with the students' careers itself. So we start building the base right from the foundation. Instead of giving them a 500 mg capsule right in the final year and just say that, okay, now go for an interview. That doesn't work. So we have actually stepped back, looked at the whole problem, and then addressed it in that fashion. Thank you for your suggestion anyway. Next question, please. Mr. Jadeja, please.
Hello.
An internship program which was 90 days to 3 months duration, where actually people dirty their hands on the shop floor. And the best part was about 500 students underwent this internship program, which was a short duration internship program. But the best part was, which was music for my ears, right? Because when I hear that some college is removing their workshop from an engineering college, I tend to get a heart attack, right? People don't employ our students because they know the definition of a screwdriver, but have actually used one. And that is where it is. So what happened over here was all the 500 students, when I asked them what industry you are going to now look out for, and they were all sold out to manufacturing. And that's where it is. I think core engineering subjects should also get focused. It should be all sectors. While over here HISIA is taken the baton for IT, I would request all the other associations, etc. also, and industries to please definitely looking at many more such programs. We also had Civil Tech Talk, etc. earlier on. We are going to revive it again. We are going to have multiple such programs which will be there in the interest of our students. Essentially, but yes, my humble submission to all the people, college representatives over here is, if you look at the number of people that are going to be impacted by the MoUs we are exchanging today, is more than 150,000 students. So please ensure that your students actually take advantage of all the programs that we'll be offering as part of these MoUs. Next question, please. We had a question somewhere. Yes, please.
Good morning.
And that's where, if you look at it, with the new education policy coming up, right? I think this will become a mandate now. As it is, SWAYAM and other things are part of, AICTE norms itself. And if you look at Telangana state itself, I think a lot of changes have happened. If you look at technical education itself, and we have Mr. Srinath, the secretary of the board over here, amongst us also, and Mr. Naveen Mittal will join later on. But if you look at it really, business communication English has replaced all Thomas Hardy's and Charles Dickens, etc. in the curriculums, right? So that already has happened over here in Telangana, right? Further, such more changes will come up, and that is the reason why we have to be, as educators, we have to be very agile. Second thing is, as educators, more than 60% of our students today in colleges are first generation learners. It is imperative on us as educators to ensure that we guide them and show them the right path. I'll take a simple example, nothing against Infosys, but a fact. 2019, there were 17,642 students from TASK who applied for 200 jobs at Infosys. That was a fact, right? Everyone, whether the person is able to manage it or not, had applied for Infosys. It is important for us to guide people that apart from Infosys, there are multiple companies, and they also provide you with similar experience. In fact, since we are sitting in T-Hub today, I don't mind mentioning that when we ran the last job fair at JNTU, we emphasized on startups itself. We said students should join startups because over there, right? So I think it's important for us to also, as educators, ensure that we are able to guide these students in the right direction. And that becomes very, very crucial. regarding your point about the curriculum, yes, these courses and things have to be integrated into the curriculum, especially I think the autonomous colleges and autonomous universities, etc. Sorry, the private universities. I think that's one of the directions that things will change.
We are given only 45 days for the internship, where the student would have to come to college, attend classes, and then take up internship, which is like
So ma'am, just to answer your question, what we have also tried recommending over here, so there are two things over here. One thing which is actually happening, TASK is part of an organization along with UNICEF, UVA, and we have my colleague over here representing that organization also, and probably he can connect with you later on. But apprenticeship is something that we are definitely promoting, right? So even after finishing your engineering, because you need to learn how to use a screwdriver, you have to become an apprentice somewhere, right? Which is very, very important. Second thing, if you look at the NEP itself, NEP talks about apprenticeship or internship as a built-in thing itself, right? Which will also mean that there is someone in the industry who would not only, see, if you look at an internship, it's a very loosely held model, right? But here it'll be, industry also will be responsible for the training and skilling of a youth. Second thing which we have recommended now is having a staggered internship. So instead of internship, which is only 3 months where everyone makes a beeline for the corporates, right? And the corporate only allocates one seat at that time for the intern, we are saying that why don't we stagger it for 3 months across the year so that 4 students can get the same internship, and the corporate also benefits by getting 1 employee with them throughout the year. So these are various models that we are trying to bring in so that we can solve these kind of problems.
Shrikant, can I add?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Yeah.
To add to that, whenever we have discussed this internship part with the corporate leaders, because internship is obviously the first thing that most of the educational institute expect from industry, what they said is that, is it something that we can propose to colleges that we have internship for 6 months or 1 year for the students? Now, how does that work? You just mentioned classes and internship, right? Actually, the whole concept of education needs to change, where it is about learning to learn. Okay, so the student needs to understand how they will be lifetime learners, and this is an excellent mechanism through which last year, let's not put them through the classroom and the teachers and learning through that. Let them learn by themselves. Let them learn to learn so that they become lifetime learners. And they are working with the organizations as interns, so they exactly know what the life will be for them in future. Because all our employees are working and learning. They're continuously upgrading themselves. That's why they're able to survive. That's why they are able to grow. And it's better that we introduce students to that. Of course, it means that colleges have to change their mindset. Colleges have to revamp the way they teach. And it's about, the NEP talks a lot about it. Thiru mentioned it, that how this whole mechanism, the whole curriculum, how the courses are offered has to transform.
So either the colleges or the universities should be able to accommodate this 6 months.
Comment on that. Think about it. Who should change? Who is more tuned to future? I'll leave the rest to you.
So one last question from my end about the IT segment or the non-IT segment.
Plus, if I put the degree colleges which are offering life sciences programs, etc., there'll be a huge number, right? And today we are signing multiple agreements. In fact, Hetero is here. We are signing an agreement with them also. Plus, we are also running different kinds of programs. We have a lot of opportunities. In fact, ECLAT was one such organization who had advertised recently. As I said, 450 plus companies advertised their entry-level requirements with task. So a lot of pharma companies are also over there, right? And it's not only that they're looking at people from life sciences or chemistry, applied chemistry background, but they're also looking at mechanical engineers. SMT, which is one of the largest tent manufacturers, is looking for mechanical engineers, right? So it is not that if it's a life sciences domain, you can't have other discipline students going in over there. And that's where it is important. So multiple such opportunities will exist. Of course, I am committed to industry visits, etc., which we will definitely also do. And happy to work with different colleges, etc. I have met some of the colleges who came and met me and spoke about what kind of programs they want. We would definitely change even in the life sciences area. I had invited Shakti Nagappan, who is the Director of Life Sciences, to be present with us today and talk about the life sciences industry. But he has been pulled into another meeting, so he has just texted me that he may not be able to make it. But I'll ensure that we are able to communicate to all the colleges what is the potential of the life sciences industry over here. I'm sure all of you must be aware, 1/3 of world's vaccines today are manufactured in Telangana itself. Right? And that's where our pharma industry is. The largest pharma cluster is coming up here in Telangana, which will be once 1,000 acres, right? So if you look at it, we are talking about huge number of people who will be required by that industry itself here in Telangana. And I'm sure that's the thing about pharma over here. So happy to work with the colleges and see what else can be done. Yes.
I am Syed Ahmed. I represent Avanti group of institutions here.
Okay.
We have been with TASK for
where they are talking about not looking at this criteria, because world over, if you look at it, some of the organizations are not looking at even a graduation for their entry level requirement. Anything you would like to add?
I think Srikanth already said it, right? We are already moving beyond marks. I think the only important thing is how does the student present himself in the interview. I think that is where the life skills come into play, communication skills come into play. I think if they do it well, then I don't think we are really looking at least Infosys also we used to do a lot of focus on marks, 10th, 12th, engineering and everything. But we are also now relaxing that as long as the student is able to present themselves well and everything. So already there is a lot of change happening.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hey, good morning, everyone here.
Yes, please.
Srikanth, how are you doing?
marketplace. We are supposed to be, getting everyone together. That's what task is, a platform. That's how I would position ourselves. We are just a platform, and anyone can, collaborate with us and take it forward.
Yeah, a good point is, you are going beyond technology, right? Absolutely. Domain agnostic. That's Absolutely. A good part of task, Srikanth. Yeah, thanks
Absolutely.
for that. Yeah.
Thank you. Task platform, 2,44,000. Playing over here, you must have seen the screen growing up and down, etc. Now they are assuring me that the screen will be working. So I would request everyone to take a pause for 2 minutes while they just try to change the cable. Apologies in advance for this thing, but then of course show must go on. Please, they will need to connect the cable. 2 minutes.
Hello. Check. Check.
Okay, I think the pause was successful. Technology is back. Fantastic, fantastic. Just in fact, yeah, you're here for the day, right?
Here for the day, we'll be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I request you to please settle down? And in fact, we have an update. The Honorable Minister has got delayed. He'll be coming here in the next 20 minutes. Right? So he's already on the way. He has got delayed in his previous. Hi, how are you?
Yes.
Okay.
I can do one thing. I can also walk them through the let's put the video. Let's put the video. Task the video. Put the task video.
Excuse me, gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? Can I have all the guests to be seated in your respective places? Request all of you, please be seated. I request all the gentlemen to please be seated in your respective positions. Let us start the session. Kindly, please be in your positions. I request all the volunteers to help the guests to make their seats. Requesting all the volunteers from task, please take the initiative of guiding the guests. And we are going to have a quick bites about tasks right now for a short while. I request all the volunteers, please help the guests to be settled down. Please make them comfortable. All the volunteers are requested, please make the guests comfortable. So we are going to present.
We can keep on talking. So the mics are there. Anyone
Yes,
would like to ask? Of course.
I have a question, sir.
Yeah, the gentleman
From
over
this
there
side.
who had paused his question, I think I'll give him the first opportunity to ask the question.
Yes, sir. I have a question, sir.
Okay.
Myself, Saidilu from Jawaharlal Nehru Government Polytechnic.
Just pause that for a minute. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. But let me also share with you, there are multiple companies which provide students opportunities to also, grow in their qualifications. Now, as you know, the new NEP is talking about multiple entry and exit points, right?
Yes, sir.
So that also will be helpful for us moving ahead. So there are companies even today who talk about, and we will be coming up with some program, just be on the watch out for it, right? There will be a program launched very soon in Telangana on a similar kind of a model where people can keep on working while they keep on doing their education also, as we said. So definitely, something like that is being worked out. So just hold on to your horses for some more time. We are definitely looking at that. And today, if you look at it, job opportunities definitely exist for our polytechnic, diploma and ITI students. In fact, right now, I'm having 100 opportunities open for one organization for electronics manufacturing, right? There's another thing. Plus, if you look at it, there are multiple opportunities which will come up.
Yes, sir. Opportunities are there, abundant, but the people are not joining, sir.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. So what we'll need to do as educators, make them understand that 17 plus 4 plus full stop is no longer valid. It is 17 plus 4 plus 40.
Okay.
Till the time you are working, you have to learn, unlearn, relearn. And that's the fact of life, and that's how it will continue.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hi. This is Satyanarayan Mishra from UA, and we primarily work for young people. Okay, so I have a recommendation for this gentleman who talked about, students who are not interested to pursue job because they are not getting opportunity for higher education. So there is a program called Apprenticeship Embedded Degree Program. Okay, so that is primarily for talk about that, right? But those are the candidates, I think, very good fit for pursuing apprenticeship. You can engage them in apprenticeship, you can train them, and they can, learn the skills and get engaged. And at the same time, there are some government incentives also, available for the corporates for that, right? And then one of sir here mentioned about, the awareness about the job availability. So we have government portals for apprenticeship, for National Apprenticeship Promotion Schemes and National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, where the students are registering themselves who are interested for doing apprenticeship.
Here we are partnering with UNICEF UA, and Satya is one of the links over there with whom we are working on this apprenticeship program. We are having our students information session on 27th and on 23rd, 22nd, sorry, thanks Satya. On 22nd, we are having a session in the afternoon, and I'll be happy to share the link with you, where apprenticeship for corporates, what is the difference between apprenticeship, internship, and how can corporates benefit from it, would be covered, right? Please be on the lookout for the task posting on both these ones. Next question, yes please, yes ma'am.
Sir, I request you to encourage placement.
The L&T Managing Director is here, and we would be exchanging an MoU with them where our students would be able to get opportunities in all core sectors also. So there are multiple such things. Vidal L&T is another partner with whom we are signing up today, with whom we will be looking at core engineering technologies, etc. So there are multiple things that we have planned for our students here. Thank you. Next question, please. Yes, Kannur.
Very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Narsimha Rao from Cyber Peace Foundation. I work as a cyber project manager. We work closely with
any IT industry today, and the collaboration will definitely help. Let's talk about it. Any other question, please?
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Vasudev Rao. I am the Director, Career Development Center from Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology. Most of my friends are talking about internships as well as the industry academia interface and programs and all those things.
To give a 1 month project, because the person has to come in, understand the way of working, and then contribute. So the 1 month isn't exactly sufficient, but I hear you, and we will discuss it with the industry and see what is the solution we can offer. At least I know that Infosys Springboard has a small solution for it, where on Infosys Springboard we have internship for 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Of course, it's not easy to get those internships.
Yeah, that I agree. Yes, sure.
But we can see how to scale that.
Sure.
Is a question there?
Thank you. Good morning. Wonderful program.
ROI, to be frank, is a very wrong question to ask, right? L&D organizations typically are always asked what is the ROI. The best ROI is the growth of the company. In Infosys, for example, the way we measure the effectiveness of employees is on how well we are doing on the growth, on the skills that we think are going to be in huge demand, right? Whereas for Springboard, what we have said is we are not going to kind of make it a job-oriented thing only. It has to be from a grassroots level. In fact, Springboard is for class 6 on to a lifelong learner. So what we have done there is we basically looked at 4 important parameters. We call it as 4 C's. Coverage, which is 10 million students. Next is consumption, which means are they coming and learning? Once they consume, are they completing, which is the third C. If they are completing, are they gaining a competency or a certification, which is a proof of the learning and certification. Final thing is the correlation, which is the ROI. But it's a CSR initiative from us. Instead of we looking at ROI, we want colleges, the government to look at ROI, saying, is Infosys Springboard helping? I think there are a lot of questions around, is Springboard only IT? We are not really focusing on IT. Just to kind of clarify, right? It's digital skills. Every industry, no matter pharma, manufacturing, retail, everyone is actually impacted through digital technologies. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to kind of create domain-oriented learning through problem statements that the industry is facing, and then what digital technologies can support. Digital technologies doesn't only mean IT skills. It can be PLM skills, it can be something else, and all of that. So that's how we are looking at it. But in Infosys, we use the model called Kirkpatrick, which is where Nivas and my team members are here. They can articulate, right, on how we measure stage 1 to stage 2 to 3 to 4 to final ROI. That's how we do it. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Thiru. One last question.
Yeah, hi.
Yes, please go ahead. Okay, 2 last questions. Depends on when minister arrives.
Giving us the opportunity to help train FDP on blockchain. But we are looking at how do we take things further. I mean, of course, along with the MoU that we get. So we would definitely look more opportunities to work together in future. But in terms of innovation that's being done in emerging technologies like
Okay.
Hello. So what kind of opportunities does TASK provide, or I mean, is looking
point, and I'm glad you brought it up. I can tell you from my experience with task, though I don't represent task. HICIA has done many master classes with task, and you can also reach out to task to plan such master classes where they host it on a task platform where more particular event is hosted on task platform. More than 2,000 students attend at a time, so you can't have better reach than that. So please connect with Shrikant and plan for masterclass and the case study presentation. Depending on the substance that you have, I'm confident that you will get good response. We've seen it in past.
Thank you.
We don't have the Honorable Minister here yet, so maybe we can take one more question or a suggestion, because you've been...
Hello, my name is Karthikeyan. I think I come from EDS Technologies, worked as an automotive specialist, but there have been many talks about
conversation that we could have had today, that okay, how do industry and colleges, the educational institute collaborate, and this is the open invitation to all the institutes who can take it up eagerly. So I think you are the most sought after person after this. Would you like to repeat how to contact you if any of the institutions want to get in touch with you? Okay, so today the MoU will be signed, but
Yeah.
if people want to contact you?
Yeah, I can share my mail ID towards the end of the session to all of them. Is it okay?
Yeah, you can share it. Any other question? Yeah, there's a question there. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Time I have seen tasks have hackathons, but idea is slightly ahead of hackathon, right? It's just an idea, the initial stage. But there is no reason why shouldn't we have an idea library and encourage our students to think beyond the given problem or the given project. I'll request task team to take it up, and I'll also work with Shrikant. There's a question there.
Good morning.
mean by sponsored lab?
No, it is a emerging technology based courses. We are offering diploma in artificial intelligence and machine learning, and diploma cyber security. Also among the 3 emerging diploma courses, we have the embedded system, computer science, EC. It is one of the leading institution in diploma level. So many our entrepreneurs are also there.
About the curriculum mastermind, the immersive experience for teachers, and college adoption. Let me tell you, the movement has already begun. Infosys, which is partner of ICEA, on the Infosys Springboard, we already have 46,000 students, active learners, who are already learning what the industry needs. taking benefit of curriculum mastermind and the teacher's immersive experience. And now the ball is in your court. In Telangana, no college should say that we need more interaction with industry. We want industry to work with us because HICIA is there to support you. The ball is in your court. Now you have to grab the opportunity that is there in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your
Principal Secretary, IT, E&C, Industries and Commerce, and Vice Chairman, Task, Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu. And I would like to invite Shri Krishnamachari Shrikant Garu.
Honorable Principal Secretary, IT Industries, Shri Jayesh Ranjan ji, the person who has been believing us, supporting us, and making this event today a reality, Honorable Shri Jayesh Ranjan ji. My namesake, Krishnamachari Shrikant, the former captain of the Indian cricket team and the Board of Selectors, Chairman for the Board of Selectors. Welcome, Mr. Tirumala, the CLO from Infosys. Present amongst all of you here today, as I welcome the honorable dignitaries on the dais and just set the context for today, for this particular session. Task over the years has partnered with a lot of organizations. In fact, we work closely with 80 organizations as of today. But today we are entering in with a new MoU with 26 organizations and renewing 27 earlier ones. This entire MoU, Minister Sir, would impact 150,000 youth of Telangana. Not longer behind. In fact, all these students, etc., are registering with Task and becoming part of this and benefiting.
and Principal Secretary, Shrikant Sinha, Tirumala, I'll say. Okay. Dear friends, I think I've been listening to all of you for the last 2 hours. Mine will be a totally different approach, just like a cricketing approach. So I'm into, you all must be wondering what am I sitting here for. It so happened that the same, I can call them fondly KTR and Jayesh, and they were the people who were, when I signed the contract with Task MoU, we have a small company called AA EduTech Private Limited. We are into spoken English skills, which are joint venture with British Council, and we have a certificate from British Council. So it's a spoken English skills product. And we have a career development skills product, which some people refer to as life skills, some people as soft skills. I don't like to use the word life skills and soft skills. I call it career development skills because we use it a lot in cricket. It's about leadership skills, stress management skills, innovation skills, communication skills, teamwork skills. And then, of course, we have a little bit of job skills products called entrepreneurship skills and retail sales skills. This is our product. I mean, sorry to... Majority? Okay. Because, I mean, you have to understand when the cricket and life goes in parallel. Everything goes in parallel. I heard Madam Manisha talking, I heard Thiru talking, I heard so many people asking multiple questions, but you all missed the basic point in life, I'm sorry to say. How much ever you need I'm an engineer, by the way. I'm a qualified electrical engineer from College of Engineering, Guindy. No, those days there was nothing called sports quota. I had to get 95% in my pre-university to get into my engineering. And I passed out of engineering 72%, which is the easiest thing to do. So if you ask me whether engineering stuff, honestly speaking, the answer is no. If you say getting a degree is it's the easiest thing. All you have to do is 10 years question papers, go through the 10 years question papers. You can guess about 5 question papers. So if there are 8 questions, 3 live in choice, write the 5 questions, get 80%. That's what most of the students do, even do today. Do you all agree with me or not as college principals or not? Yes, yes. Tell me the truth. Yes. So we really don't learn. We really learn only post our life, post our education. And that is the basic point I thought all of you missed today. You're talking technical questions, you're talking this, that, blah, blah, blah. Man, in life, first and foremost, you need self-belief to succeed. Which is why I said the movie 83. If India have become the world champions today, or the world champions in India, today we call ourselves, we rule the world cricket today, right? It all started with one man called Kapil Dev, who led us to the 1983 World Cup. Passion, self-belief, and tremendous positive energy, you can succeed in anything you want. Forget about all this questions you all ask. I don't believe in all that at all. They are all too technical, which is already there. But this is the most important thing the students need today, which has been neglected, and which I believe it should start from, in my opinion, KTR and Jayesh sir, is that KTR, I can call you KTR, I call him Jayesh only, fondly, because KTR has seen me play, get hit on my face, have 27 stitches in Lal Bahadur Stadium. In 1987 was his Pakistan, incidentally. That was way back in Pakistan when we played the one day. So the basic thing is you need to, see, 90% of people lack that motivation, that courage, the confidence. Life is all about confidence, my dear friends. Life is all about confidence. If you give confidence to Indians today, we will do wonders. That's what is happening. That's what Shrikant Sinha, Jayesh, KTR, and everybody is trying to do. Give confidence to the youngsters so that the youth of India can shine. And if, in my opinion, you're all only talking from college level, I would go score. You know, They like to write an essay, right? What do you want to become when you grow up or something like that? I wanted to say, life is beyond that. And that is what I want to tell you guys here. Please instill that into the students, that confidence in the students, and say, guys, you can do it.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, CEO, sir.
Since KTR reminded me, he said, you're looking younger and younger, your energy levels are growing. All I talk about is, everybody is here almost a technocrat, right? 90% are technical people. Only one rule in life. Energy can neither be destroyed nor created. It can be transferred and transmitted. Everything will go well.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Shrikant Sinha, sir. Under your leadership, TAS has touched the lives of many students through trainings and won prestigious awards. On that note, let me call upon my colleague Swati to start with the MoU exchange program.
Thank you, Durga. Ladies and gentlemen, as the African proverb goes, if you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk together. Today, TASC is entering into partnership with 25 new partners and reinforcing partnership with 20 existing partners. I would now request the dignitaries to please step forward for the MoU exchange. I would like to invite Mr. Gauri Shankar, Mr. Syed Sajil, Mr. Narendra Gaud from 24/7 AI. I request KTR Garu to please hand over the memento to the partner.
I request everyone to leave the dais. Except the guests, everyone please leave the dais. I request everyone except the dignitaries, everyone please leave the dais. I request only students to be at the dais along with the dignitaries. By college name, please. It's a request.
May I request to please leave the dais? Please leave the dais except the students. And the other MoU exchanges will happen soon after this with IT Secretary, sir. So please, in the interest of time, we would request you to please stay with us. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think if people have not taken a photo, quickly take your photo and step down. I think we need to continue with the program further.
Please go back.
Please go back. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. We are still continuing with the function.
Those who have done, please leave the dais.
was delighted and extremely pleased to see the Google Career Certification Scholarship, which we had signed about, I think, 6 months ago, also take off, and about 20 students, mostly girls, almost 20 of them, coming from the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe background, being supported, and them, in fact, in turn, creating an aspiration for the rest of their cohorts. As you all know, this scholarship program is centered around 6 courses: IT automation, IT support, UX design, data analytics, project management, digital marketing, and e-commerce on Coursera platform. The other thing I also wanted to quickly mention, today employment and employment creation remains the biggest challenge for every government across the world. మీరు ప్రపంచంలో ఏ ప్రభుత్వాన్ని తీసుకున్నా, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వం అయినా అవ్వచ్చు, భారత ప్రభుత్వం అవ్వచ్చు, లేదా అమెరికా ప్రభుత్వం అవ్వచ్చు, లేదా ఇంకేదైనా దేశంలోని ప్రభుత్వం కావచ్చు. The biggest challenge for all of us, every government across the world, is to contain unemployment, to ensure that skilled manpower, skilled think force is provided an opportunity to our country and into our state. We are very proud of the reformatory policies that Honorable Chief Minister has actually created in Telangana, be it the TS iPass or be it, the T-Pride, which provide equal opportunities to all. But what I'm even more excited about is the institutions that have been created in Telangana, because we are all temporary. None of us is permanent. Neither my position nor this life, for that matter, is permanent. So what matters really is not individuals but institutions. What matters really is processes, not persons, individuals. So what we've been able to do is one piece of the world's largest innovation campus. We would like to bring about a culture of entrepreneurship. We would like to bring about a culture of enterprise into our youngsters, catch them very young. Under task. Since the formation of Telangana in the last 8 years, task has been unlearning, keep skilling, upskilling, and reskilling. There's no substitute to it. Because as the world around us changes and continues to evolve, if we don't grow with it, then we'll be left behind. And of course, apart from the skilling component, as eloquently put by Krishnamachari Srikant, I have to tell you an interesting story about Srikant. I was a school student. I was a student in school when Chris was playing, Srikant was playing. And of course, like the rest of my generation, we were all fascinated with this guy, his flamboyance. Now, that was the era when we had over the mid wicket or?
Excuse me, gentlemen. We are going to
Check. Also, put a hand. So I'll request you to start with your name, designation, company, and then. Ready? Headspace हम उसको ना live कर रहा है.
Chief of AI Vahan.
I have with me Anuj Gupta, who's Chief of Vahan. Welcome to MyStore TV and at this event.
Thanks a lot for this. We at Vahan are trying to disrupt the blue collar space, helping organizations hire blue collar workforce at scale and velocity. And we are using deep technology to transform and bring a lot of efficiency to the entire space. We truly believe that there is a lot of potential in this in the country, and from an employment perspective, this is a supply constrained market, and we can really help youth of India to find jobs in the blue collar space and help on the financial side.
So when it comes to blue collar, training becomes or skilling becomes a major component. Right. How's Vahan addressing that?
Right. So we actually started in the skilling space, but it's then we actually understood that placement is even bigger a problem. So today we have pivoted on the placement side, but as a part of the journey, we will also be doing the upskilling side so that these people can find newer jobs, better opportunities, and can also grow, just as all of us would also like to do that.
So for skilling, do you partner with, do you have partners who help the blue collar workforce upskill, and what are the skills that you work around?
So essentially, I mean, today we are mostly in the placement side, so that these people can first find a job and sustain themselves. But most of these people surprisingly have a aspiration of becoming an entrepreneur, having an individual business that they can run and they can own. And we are helping these people not just from an upskilling point of view, also from a financial point of view as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and all the best to you.
Thanks a lot for this. Thank you.
Do you want to do the thing? I'll just take one. Okay, MyStore TV, the channel for startups and entrepreneurs, and we provide the A to Z coverage for startups. What are your thoughts about what we do?
No, absolutely. I think today the way startup is evolving, it actually requires a very, very focused approach, and I think all these startups and efforts like this can play a huge role in actually making India hit a 5 trillion economy, which all of us would love to achieve.
Thank you. We would love to see that. Thank you.
Thank you.
थोड़ा जुगाड़ करना पड़ेगा.
Welcome Rajat, welcome to MyStore TV.
Hi, thank you.
To the event. Tell us, what are your takeaway? What's your take?
Okay, I think we'll have to wait till I
tell. So, what are your take on the what? Oh yeah, music. पकड़ के लाओ.
Copyright means that when you put on the YouTube, the music will become an issue. Subtle nuance, but a critical one.
Because they would think we have to copy the music.
You guys have deliberately put it in, and that is a violation.
And the worst part is all the work done. They've removed the
entire thing.
Rajat, again, welcome to the Sorry for the music that has started off. So copyrights, we can't do anything about it. So tell us, what were your thoughts? What were your thoughts, and how did you feel about this whole event?
I think the primary reason for us to approach Task was the kind of support that they give to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 colleges in Telangana. And I personally have worked with Task in the past to impact around 50 to 90 colleges across Telangana. So Vahan, as a Y Combinator funded startup, we thought that, how can we get more Y Combinator and similar funded startups to Telangana, and how can we give access to the students to kind of have an access to internships and job roles in these well-funded startups. So I think we are sort of happy to kind of sign this agreement and get the colleges on board and to enable the internships.
And how do you see going forward Vahan and Task and the skilling part or the upskilling part or the finding employments working out?
Yeah, so apart from the colleges and giving tech internships, we also thought that, how can we also help economically backward students? So we have come up with part-time gigs for those students. Secondly, as you mentioned, skilling, we are also trying to partner with different agencies like, NASCOM, Adani Digital, etc., to kind of have an access to these subject matter experts who can come on board and mentor these people to kind of have an access to mentors. Even Ask Mentor, for that matter, is a partner, which is kind of, enabling us to get access to these mentors, experts who can come and engage with these students.
Thank you, Rajat. All the best.
Thank you.
Actually, everyone is having lunch. सब lunch कर रहे हैं.
Silence. Please wait for your turn.
चेक चेक हेलो चेक आवाज़ आ रहा है
I'm scared that if I die, I'll never see my family again.
I love you, okay? I love you.
Hello.
Because you'll be facing me. Oh, okay. हाँ तो I think थोड़ा सा आप आगे आ जाओ बस अभी बताओ प्रेम वही Okay. All right. We will.
Suren? Take a picture. Come here. Take a picture. Take
So
a picture.
we'll start with your name.
My mobile is there somewhere. Where? I don't know where.
We'll start with your name, company name, and designation. Take it.
Both of us.
Ready? Yeah. Okay. On this event of on this event of signing of MOUs between different corporates and a task, here we have Anandita ma'am from L&T, and ma'am, please, if you can tell your name, designation, and company name.
Sure. Thank you so much. My startup TV, what a beautiful name. I'm Anindita Sinha. I'm heading the corporate communication for L&T Metro Rail Hyderabad. So,
and how has been the journey with Task?
Yeah, I mean, we're really fortunate that we could sign an MOU with Task, today, and I really heartily congratulate Task for taking up this initiative. Around like 1 lakh people who would be benefited from this initiative, this MOU exchange from corporates and colleges. It's beautiful. So from L&T Hyderabad Metro Rail, we have signed an MOU with Task, where they would provide us students, and based on the selection criteria and whatever the criteria we have, so they would be selected and then trained, and the eligible, I would say technically qualified eligible people will be absorbed, and rest Task will also take it over. So, I mean, it's really, really a wonderful experience seeing so many people around, and they are coming forward to help students and entrepreneurs. That's very nice.
So, when you say students will be given opportunity, what kind of roles the students would be given, and how much exposure will they get to work when they're working with L&T?
Yeah. So, for us, it is technical and non-technical. Based on the requirement. So for technical, suppose for example, if there is a train operator, the loco pilots which you have, so they would be trained. So they will be screened and sent by Task, and then we would see whether they're eligible and then train them, and then there is a possibility the eligible people get absorbed. So learning to run metro and knowing the nuances of how a metro runs, it's really, really amazing. And we thank our leadership, Mr. NVS Reddy, who's the Managing Director for HMRL, and our MD, Mr. KVB Reddy, MD and CEO for L&T Metro Rail Hyderabad. So their vision and their encouragement and their tenacity, I would say, is taking everything forward.
Right. And when we talk about the metro rails in India, it's unique because as per the city geographics, the whole structure has been laid down. Somewhere it is above the ground, somewhere it is beneath the ground. So apart from, would the students during their internship or during their this program, will they get the chance to be part of further, plans that are being laid to construct metros all over the city or in other parts of the city?
Well, other parts of the city metro is a government project. As far as our metro is concerned, where we have completed the 69.2 kilometers and touching all the the three lines touching different parts of the city. So I would say for everyone it will be a very big learning experience how a metro runs, and basically it's a mass transit. Okay, so and it's a like public transport. So in that, how to maintain the upkeep, the quality, the zero error system of running, how we are working towards saving the carbon footprint, because we are eco-friendly travel. We have regenerative braking system, we have our solar plants, the stations are all naturally lit. So all these, it's a huge exposure. As you were asking me how the students would, it will be almost a 360-degree orientation for all the students and experience.
And in short, if you can tell us, when they are coming to you, when we talk about these criterias, what exactly you would be looking in their CV or in the students?
It depends on the the vacancies and the requirement what we have. So accordingly, they will be categorized.
Right. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. All the best. Bye. Keep the entire thing, right?
नहीं थोड़ा सा
तो सुनो, वो जो जिस पार्ट है ना, जो बाकी गवर्नमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट
our amazing audience.
We really feel honored to host this event before such an august gathering.
I'm Muznabeen Ajmeri.
And I'm Rosemary, and we'll take you through the event.
I read a line yesterday, and it said, "The world is full of diamonds and gems, and we are having some of them here today to take you through the event."
And we are two Marys among them, so let's begin.
BFSI, Banking, Financial Services and Insurance, is the industry's umbrella term for companies that provide a range of financial products and services. We have few of the people belonging from BFSI sector today, and they would be addressing on what scope does this industry in Telangana offer?
What are the plans?
What are the initiatives being taken to develop the talent pool?
What do we need to do it differently?
To understand more,
we have Mamta Madi Reddy, who is the Managing Director and Head of Operations for HSBC India Global Services Center in Hyderabad, Kolkata and Vizag. She is also a member of industry forums in India. She is also the champion of corporate sustainability for HSBC Global Service Center. She is also the member of NASSCOM Telangana Regional Council. She won the CXO BFSI Women Achiever Award 2021. Ma'am, please come on to the dais.
To accompany her, may I request Mr. Nilesh Kumar, Head of Delivery Office, Transformation Digital Business, HSBC Electronic Data Processing India Private Limited, to please join Ms. Mamita on the stage. Thank you. May I now invite Ms. Mamita to please take over. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon all. As the lovely ladies mentioned, I think this is the most challenging session of the day, post-lunch. So Nilesh and I have, I think, the most challenging task of keeping all of you engaged. I think what we'll do for the next 30 minutes is I'll briefly talk about what the BFSI consortium actually is. Why is the need for a consortium? What is the purpose of the consortium? How, as industry and academia, we can engage, and we will then leave it for any questions that you may have. I think not just questions, but also if you've got any ideas and suggestions. So I represent the BFSI consortium today. The consortium has got 4 other members, and I'll introduce them. Ramesh Kaza, who is the CIO for State Street. Ravi Tangirala, Head of Mass Mutual India. Subba Pereppa, who is the MD and India CTO for JP Morgan. And Simardeep Singh, who is with KPMG. So basically, I'm representing all of them today in this session. So before I start, I think I'll just like to provide the landscape of the BFSI sector in Telangana and Hyderabad. So we have close to 1.8 lakh BFSI professionals working today. And service providers like Infosys, Tech Mahindra, Wipro, TCS, they have about 30% of their workforce supporting the BFSI global clients. This just gives a perspective of how huge the BFSI landscape is in Telangana, and it is growing at pace, which is creating significant amount of talent demand in the state and in Hyderabad particularly. So why is the need for the BFSI consortium? Where did this originate from? So we have over 1.5 million engineering students coming out of colleges, and a very, very small percentage of them are actually getting to learn BFSI related aspects in their academics. And then they join the BFSI sector, and then there is a bit of unlearning that happens, and there is a bit of skilling that the organizations have to invest to make them ready for the BFSI sector. The talent demand, I think, has been the highest ever that we are seeing. The talent war in the organizations is exponential now. So there's a huge demand that we have, which we will have to match with supply, capable supply that can come in from the academia. And the most important thing, and Nilesh will touch upon it later as well, and I'm sure this will come up in the Q&A, is the changing requirement of the skills now. Banking today is no longer what it used to be 20, 30 years back, right? HSBC, an organization, we think and have started acting like a technology organization, and so have all other banks. This means the skills that we need in our banking sector today are very, very different to what it was previously. So we are looking at people who've got skills of data, blockchain, automation, analytics, and digitization, right? That's really the skills that we are looking at. So what does Hyderabad specifically have to offer, right? And the IT minister would have covered this, and I missed the session, but we've got the best-in-class infrastructure. We've got a very progressive and friendly policies to accelerate further growth, to bring in new business into the state. And we've got a great ecosystem that collaborates extremely well. I mean, today we are in T-Hub, having this session. So the partnership with startups, the partnership with incubators, I think is the best that is there in the country today. To really capitalize on this and make Hyderabad one of the top destinations for organizations to come in, the need for the BFSI consortium came from there. Right? The consortium will look at how do we make Hyderabad one of the top destinations for BFSI companies to come. And there are many aspects that we are looking in that. One is branding and visibility, right? Branding and visibility of Telangana and Hyderabad itself to the organizations. But more important for us as organizations is how do we make the BFSI sector appealing and attractive to all your students? Do they see a career in the BFSI sector? Is there something that we need to do to position the BFSI sector as a career of choice for all the students passing out? The second vertical we are looking at is really forward engagement. And I spoke about the ecosystem. As an ecosystem, how we can collaborate to really make the BFSI sector the best that we have in the country. The third we are looking at is risks and regulatory, right? The policies, procedures, do they hinder, do they decelerate organizations' intent to come into the state, or are they really supportive and make it easy for organizations to come in? And the fourth and the most important is talent. And talent intelligence is what we are actually talking. Today, like I mentioned, we are about 1.8 lakh professionals and we are growing. And there is definitely a dearth of the required skill set in the industry today. There is a gap between what the academia has to offer and what are the changing skills in the BFSI sector. And this is really the gap that we want to plug in. This is the gap that we want to work with Srikanji and JSG to see what can we introduce into the academia as electives related to BFSI that will make students who are passing out more employable and ready to work in the BFSI sector. That is really our focus. That is really our agenda that we are looking at. And this is where, I mean, Srikanji and I were talking, is we plan to do a workshop to see what are these electives, what are the modules, what is the content that we need to introduce into the academia to make all our students fly out with passing colors and are readily employable in the BFSI sector. So we had a first kickoff meeting in December last year. We also caught up sometime later. But now there is a real need for us to, put this agenda into action. And I think my appeal and request to all of you is this has to be a collaborative effort between the academia and the industry. And we really look forward to ideas, suggestions as to how we have to go about it. Because, trust me, this is the first of its kind in India. And if we are able to shape this and deliver this for Hyderabad, for Telangana, it is easily scalable at an India level. And we would be the first ones to have done this and become a poster child, for the country to follow. So that's really our ambition, our dream. And like I said, we can't absolutely do it on our own. It's a strong partnership that we look forward with the academia. And we have great sponsorship, I think, from Srikanji here. And we're really looking forward to take this forward into shaping this, executing this, and like I said, really make it as the model that the country looks forward to. So that's really what is I wanted to cover today. Very, very happy to take any questions. I mean, I've got Nilesh as well, who's part of the BFSI consortium, but very happy to chat offline as well. Like I said, any ideas, any inputs, we're more than welcome to, to hear from you. I know this is a post-lunch session. Nilesh, do you want to take that?
It's a brilliant question, but potentially everybody will be interested to know. And the question is what type of skills BFSI is looking for. I think Mamta briefly touched upon. I will talk it into 3 different categories. One is on the product. BFSI itself is a big domain itself. If you don't know the domain, you can't transform or lead it. So one, to have some basic product knowledge. When you come to industry, you have some basic understanding. Second, the term which Mr. Kitia talked about, the emerging technologies. Banking industry and emerging technologies are a melting pot. Banks can't perform unless until technology is leveraged to that level. So that's the second aspect. And third, in a banking setup, you need to know how to work and collaborate across or any of the BFSI sector. The soft skills plays a big role in establishing yourself. So in our opinion, we potentially have 3 segments, and each of them may have multiple curriculum into different places, which we need to evaluate and offer as elective to the students. Anything you want to add?
I think all this is being driven by changing customer preferences, right? We are all customers. We are all bank customers. And I don't know how many of you actually walk into a branch now to do any transactions. Right, it's all on the phone. It's all on. It's either mobile banking or internet banking. Very rarely does somebody walk into a branch, right? So the changing customer preferences is actually driving a big change in the skill sets of people that we need to hire. Right, hyper personalization, and all of us use the Amazons and everything, and keeps throwing at you. Right, you bought this last time. Do you want to buy this? Or somebody who bought this, actually, just you bought this product, but somebody who bought this product has actually bought these 5 other products. Right, that's where it's really getting to, even as a bank. Right, the traditional brick and mortar bank does not exist, and because of the changing customer preferences, it's absolutely forcing us to change the skills in the organization. Like people who can do data mining, analytics, product, like Nilesh mentioned, automation, right, RPA. So that's really the changing requirements. Yes, at the end of the day, banking is still a relationship. So we also need people who the customers can talk to, but not talk to on routine, repetitive transactions, but more relationship, high-end kind of transactions. So that's where the changing requirements, both on core, hardcore skills and soft skills, is changing. Any other thoughts or ideas, even if not questions?
Okay, the second thought that I got is how to create the trust for the customers. Because we have seen that I am from Cyber Peace Foundation, a civil society organization where we do a lot of programs with respect to cyber safety, security, right, empowering the woman by associating with National Commission for Women, where we talk about different safety settings that are there, and also taking down that content, because we are the trusted partners for some of the technological companies. So looking from my background, I always look for how to create the trust among the customers when they are amplifying their number of transactions that they are doing on the net. Definitely the safety also comes into picture, and that's where definitely from Cyber Peace Foundation we can collaborate with you, do some programs pan-India, which will really help, because trust is another thing that we have to create, because I know many people are losing crores of rupees in India because of this cyber crime.
We're very happy to chat offline as well. And I think what's happened with our industry and with I think everybody else as well is the last 2 years, we've all been working from home. unheard of, unthinkable pre-COVID times, right? So everybody sitting today at home is processing payments worth millions of dollars, right? So cyber definitely, that's one of the key skills as well that banks are, definitely looking at. But no, very happy to, I think, have an offline chat. Thank you. You'll need a mic.
When you talk about the BFSI specifically, there are some proprietary softwares like T2 for Terminus Wala and Finacle as such. There are pretty good number of products that are available which are usable only by the BFSI. I see that students who are studying in the engineering colleges are not exposed to these particular softwares. Is there any plan where you can also introduce this software so that they are very much aware of and they get familiarized with it and they can be good once they get hired? It is also one part of the...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's a brilliant idea. Like I said, all these inputs and feedback are very important for us to really help shape what we want to introduce in the academia.
Exactly. So my name is Sai Teja. I'm from EndNow Foundation. So we also work around digital well-being, and we create a lot of empowerment regarding the cyber safety. We also let people know what is the appropriate behavior they need to spend online.
And I'm sure your details are available with tasks. So when we do the workshop,
definitely, certainly, I'll be in touch with you. We'll take it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I just wanted to have some insights about your meetings of the consortium. And why I'm asking that is you have KPMG State Street. When State Street came in 3 years ago, a tremendous challenge in terms of getting a wealth management understanding professionals here. Because our wealth management understanding is very different what that they do in Americas, right? So, in fact, I had the pleasure of working with Nilesh for about 3 years in UBS. So from that perspective, I just wanted to know, like we have technical skills, right? We know about Temenos and all of that stuff. So that's one spectrum. So audience may like to know about various roles that come up on the techno side, techno-functional side, more on the consulting side, or something like what Nilesh does as a part of his day job. And then functional skill, already Nilesh mentioned about product trainings, right? Investment banking, wealth management, all of that stuff. So a kind of brief intro into what are the roles available, because for each role, a different sector among here is kind of getting represented. Engineering colleges, folks will like to look at Temenos. People who are MBA finance would go for product kind of understanding. So that will be a great knowledge for all of us to have. Thank you.
I think your answer is also a question has a lot of answers also to start with. So, because I know you have taken the liberty to respond like that. But yeah, very well explained what you said. In terms of consortium thinking, as I said that we need to look at all this different, and it is for the industry and the colleges to decide which one they want to go for. It's individual choice. I want to get into specialize in insurance, or at least take an elective in insurance, or I want to do in asset management. And each of them are very different, and you can't do all. So somebody has to guide. So when you ask a question around our dynamics, when we had the first conversation, how to help our students to decide which is the right career and have some decisioning point left in the colleges for them to discuss with faculty and take a right decision for their career and choose appropriate elective. Emerging technology like data science, etc. It's such a vast subject. Now, but it is also super specialized field. Are you want to go into a specialized field, or you want to go into generalist? So that type of things will determine what type of career individual like to get into. As a consortium, our approach and thought process is to provide both specialized as well as generic skills.
Just to add, I think, to what Nilesh said, right? If you look at it as a bank, some banks, like we are retail and commercial banking, right? If you look at UBS, largely investment banking. So again, there's specializations for each bank, and in terms of are these retail products, commercial banking, asset management, insurance, right? Those are the electives probably we'll have to look at. Generic bank products to specialization in certain products. Then what else do we have in the banks, right? Engineers, like you said. We have a huge technology teams in all banks. And nowadays the roles that we are looking at is really tech ops roles, right? The line between somebody doing an operations to technology is diminishing, because we really now need people to start becoming more technology people, data science, Nilesh mentioned. So that will be one element. And there'll be one core element of RPA, automation, because as BFSI sector, we still have a lot of very repetitive, boring tasks that our teams do. And these can absolutely be automated so that we can upskill our teams and actually make them do more high-end value-add, work for the customers. So bucketing it under like operations, your retail, commercial, asset management and all that, to technology kind of work, to pure automation kind of work is what we would look at. Yeah, and in terms of how we've organized ourselves, I think that was the other question. Like I said, we've divided ourselves into 4 verticals. One is talent intelligence, which I lead. Then we've got branding. It's important for us to brand ourselves. Like I said, I don't know if I have to ask you, how many of your students will be happy to join a BFSI sector, or they would want to go to the Amazons and the Googles, which are far more perceived to be attractive. Right, so we also have to make our branding, great for you, and also, like we spoke about, getting more investments into the state. So that's the second element. Risk and regulatory is the third vertical. We absolutely have to make it easy for organizations to come in and not have too many obstacles in the process. And forward engagement is more about the ecosystem collaboration. So 4 verticals, that's how we've organized ourselves. The key, if you really look at it, and not because I'm leading it, is really the talent bit. And it's a great opportunity for us to work with the academia to really make our students, our kids, right, ready and employable. And there's so much of demand that's there today. We are struggling, I'll be honest.
Hello, madam. My name is Arif Sohail. I am from Mufakhamja Engineering College, Banjarals. Basically, in engineering, we have the word finance in the curriculum only 2 times. One is finance and accounting, the other is industrial administration and financial management. Only 2 subjects that talk about finance, and that is also in a very, very meager description. There is only one organization called IDRBT, which has been there for a very long time at Masapteng. So this is what we know. I mean, as an engineering college representative, I'm talking about. So when you say BFSI and finance towards the engineering graduates, what are the gradual steps that you would like to take to improve the knowledge about the banking sector for the engineering graduates, and how you would like to do that? We are very open to collaboration, but how you would like to take this forward is what we wanted to know. Thank you.
I will try. I think very interesting point, how much we are allowed to customize. That's a question we need to ask ourselves. If as a institution I'm allowed to add 5 more electives and it is still comply with all the affiliation I have with in terms of university, etc. And that's why task comes into picture in terms of at least providing those foundation within the ecosystem of Hyderabad and Telangana as a whole. So my answer to this is that yes, there is a wider appetite to do that. I was told somewhere 15% you are allowed to do that. I don't know whether it's true for all, but wherever there is what could be that 15, if the list can be longer for us, potentially some of these can be answered.
I think also just the modalities of how we do it, right? These electives, do they become mandatory or is it by choice? I think this is some of the things, just depending on the dynamics of how the academia is working today, we will have to, work with each of you to arrive at that. But for engineers, definitely the immediate thought would be more towards the technology aspect. And there is so much there that we can do, and we spoke about it, right? The various skills that we are looking at today from that perspective.
Maybe I will, on a lighter note, I say I'm also engineer. When 25 years back when I was studying, I didn't know I will be landing into banks like Deutsche Bank, UBS and HSBC. People aspire to go to Infosys, and potentially that's the trend in the mind of people because that's the branding piece. But eventually, if you look at HSBC has got a huge tech center, and there are people from different large technology companies working with us. So whether you work us with bank directly or indirectly, you're landing to this sector eventually. So because that's a big segment for all the tech companies. So it is bound to happen. It is the career choices individual makes through that.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, there is one.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Actually, you were suggesting that it should be a part of curriculum. We are from an affiliated college and we don't have that to do in the curriculum. At most, we can offer it as an add-on. So how do we do it? Thank you.
It's a chicken and egg situation that always comes up whenever we talk about any changes. But as I said in the morning also, our endeavor is to ensure that, see, today also when people want to go to Infosys, right? Infosys became Infosys because of only one thing that our gentleman over there spoke about, Finacle, right? The banking software. And that is what it is. So everyone who's doing coding, etc. in Finacle also is doing BFSI work itself. Only thing is, do you make him knowledgeable so that he's productive in the banking industry, yes or no? Right? More than a decade ago, I used to run a banking academy for one of the large training partners in the country, and we used to run multiple, we used to train about 7,200 banking professionals, ICICI Bank, Bank of Baroda, Access, etc., etc. Right? At that time, I used to get 80% engineers from the joint state of Andhra Pradesh, right? And this was the ICICI Manipal Academy, the Baroda Manipal School of Banking, and so on and so forth. I used to head that at one time, and that's what the reality is. So if our engineers are actually going into that industry, don't you think it is our owners to actually guide them so that they can become productive over there? So that's where the whole thing is. Probably we will need to come up, and that's where we said we'll have a workshop with all the stakeholders, etc., to see what can be done. And something which is music to my ears, they require 1 lakh people in a period of
3 years.
3 years. 1 lakh professionals are required by the BFSI industry in the next 3 years, right? I think that's what we should look at. How can we ensure that our students get trained so that these 1 lakh jobs can probably be here in Telangana? And these are talking about Telangana itself, not the country, right? I think it's time that our students take notice of these things. It's time we take notice of this thing. And that is the reason why we said, we will, request Mamta and the BFSI consortium to actually present to you what the reality of this industry is and what kind of demands it has, right? And I agree, unless until curriculum changes, but we will have to work towards it. We will need to ensure that students who are good in mathematics, etc., let's try to see if they have got a potential, right? My thing is very simple. If someone cannot stand the sight of blood, should he become a doctor or go for the defense forces? Definitely not, right? Similarly, if a person has got a potential for banking industry, we should encourage them and actually guide them towards it, because then they can make a very successful career there. Yep. Thanks. Last question.
Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, myself, Dr. M. Narsingh Rao, Academic Director for Jahnavi Group of Institution. We are having a commerce and management students, as well as physical life science students, as well as life sciences students. Because in the task, many programs are relating to the physical sciences and commerce and management. What are the opportunities are there for life sciences students? Because we are having 2 PG colleges, sir. In that, we are providing MSc Biotechnology, MSc Nutrition, MSc Biochemistry, and MSc Chemistry also there, sir. MSc Physics also. These students with a task tie-up, what kind of programs we can expect from you, sir? Thank you.
So we will take it offline, right? Because this is more of banking BFSI, we'll take it offline.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
No, so I just have to share something that I realized it very clearly, that task is the bridge between what subjects you can add or not in the curriculum and the expectations of the consortium in terms of talent.
Correct. As I said in the morning also, task is a platform, right? We are there to connect our students, our colleges with the corporates and see how they can benefit from it. And that's what our role is. Last question, please.
If may I...
Okay, Sai, go ahead.
Thank you. Very specific to BFSI again. Do we have any certification programs? When you talk about IT, there are a lot of certification programs. Do we have any specific certification programs which will definitely add a value to the people who want to get into BFSI as such?
Product level, yes, there are. If you go to insurance, there are insurance certifications required.
Yeah.
Many of the banking also, you need to have a basic product certification required to be acting in the product domain. But just to do processing tasks, you don't need a certification because you can learn that.
Yeah.
A foundation on those products, if suppose I land into custody department and I know custody in my colleges, it becomes easy for me to embrace those things and get productive in the organization faster. But to answer your question, yes, there are certification exists. We need to find and pinpoint depending upon what you are looking for.
Great.
For a product. Like for example, if you have to sell mutual funds, you will have certified and accredited to sell mutual funds to a customer. So it's very still product related.
Yeah.
Not like a GCC that we have where it's more processing. Yes, even in our teams, if you have to do an investment service, there is a certain exam that one needs to pass.
There are 3-level exams. So just since going very specific, level 1 is just a foundation. Level 2, when you become somebody who can oversee a transaction, and level 3 when you are a master or product owner where you can train other set of people. So these are basic 3-level certification which happens within the banks or within the institutions.
Thank you.
I think we are done. We are on time as well. But thank you so much for having us. Like I said, the objective is to make Telangana the poster child for this engagement with the academia, and we are really looking forward to working with you on this and making this a big success. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Shrikant, for having us.
Thank you, Mamata and Nilesh, for your insightful words and for providing the landscape of BFSI sector in Telangana. I hope you all together collaboratively achieve her dream that she talked about just now. Thank you once again. May I now request our CEOs to please hand over a token of appreciation and a memento to Ms. Mamata. Nilesh sir, please join us. Thank you for joining us today. May I request Swati to please take over the dais for the MoU exchange. Thank you.
Should I make a fun joke? Before we proceed further, let me acknowledge that I'm a bad replacement for either the Honorable Minister or JSG, but corporates for renewals who could not exchange the MoU in front of those dignitaries, we'll just quickly do that right now. Thank you. Please, Swati.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I request Mr. Ravikant and Mr. Sairam from Insofe. Now I request Miss Radha and Miss Sri Lakshmi from Nandi Foundation Mahendra Pride class. Now I request Mr. Jean from Mentor Together. Mentor Together.
Mentor together.
Now I request Mr. Maurya Krishna from Unschool. Now I request Mr. Ram Tawa from XLR. I request Mr. Girish from Hire Me. Now I request Mr. Andeep from Access Health. Next end on Now I request Mr. Saiteja from NO Foundation. Now I request Mr. Dinesh Khanna from Skyfi Labs. Thank you, CEO sir and Pradeep sir. Over to you, Rose.
Thank you, Swati. Let's talk about industry now. There is fundamental change in the way we live, work, and relate to one another.
Let us now hear on current industry trends, status in Telangana state, and what's in for sure for students from the industry captains from Telangana State Industrial Infrastructure Corporation Limited TSIIC, a Government of Telangana initiative for providing infrastructure through the development of industries.
May I take the honor of welcoming VC Gopalakrishnan, Director Automotives, and Director of Electronics Sujay Karampuri to please take the chairs on the dais.
I think the speakers are a little occupied on our phone, so they'll join us shortly. And we will start with a demo of Task Portal. May I request the team to please present the demo portal. Thank you. Meanwhile, let's talk a little about the website that we are going to present now.
A successful website does three things. It attracts the right kind of visitors, guides them to the main services or product you offer, and the last collects contact details for future ongoing relation. And here we present Task Updated Web Application 2.0 at your service.
Okay, so some of you have already heard this from me earlier, saying that we are coming with the new task portal, etc., right? And this is going to really change the entire way task is going to, you'll be interacting with task, let me put it that way. So here I present to you the task 2.0 web portal itself, which is now an integrated portal, which means the front end as well as the LMS back end, both are integrated together, and you can utilize them as colleges, to get courses, etc. So I'll quickly walk you through the first part of it, which is the front face itself. If you see, all the familiar tabs are there. You have, just go up please, the registered colleges, courses, apprenticeship, finishing school, jobs and internships, training calendar. So let me start with my most favorite one, the training calendar. So can we click that please? Training calendar. Gopal, you're coming in how much time? Acha. Yeah, just come up. Yeah, another 5 minutes we'll start with your session. Gopal is here in 5 minutes. Gopal will be here in 5 minutes. Yep. So earlier, like you were seeing, again, the courses, etc., would be available to you on the calendar. Now, you can check for your district which are the courses that are happening. You can check for your college. Everything is possible. Go back, please. Right? Now, a question which was asked about the registered colleges and courses. So let's move to courses. Now, on the main page itself, you have a similar thing about engineering courses, degree C, pharma, polytechnic, and MBA. So you can click any of them. For example, let's click pharmacy. And this will once again show you the courses available under pharmacy for the students. And as I said, it's a laddered learning approach. Across years, it is showing you the programs. It is also showing you which one is the virtual program, which is the physical program, what is the duration, what kind of a certification will be there. Everything is visible over here itself. We can go back. Yeah, just come to the home page, please. Yeah. Now, one way was accessing the entire things, and okay, we'll go further down, please. So again, you have placement, skill offering partners, and logging and register for students, colleges, alumni, and the task staff members. So you would have this, and announcement would be any new programs that are coming up, any new tie-ups, any any announcements that task wants to make would be available to you over here. Further down, our tally 718, 244, 655, 1438, right? The entire thing, and this is a live update which will keep on updating on its own so that everyone is aware of what it is. Our partners, of course, would be the next, and right now we haven't done it, but later on we are looking at how, for example, like Google, we had the scholarship students, etc., coming over here. We would have a landing page for that partner where they could actually control the content for them for various things. Next is placement. So any new placement that comes up automatically gets reflected over here also on the main page plus the placement page. Just click more placements, please. So year-wise postings for jobs are there. Click 22, for example. Or 21, whatever. Okay, it's gone into the cache. Okay. It's taking, I guess the internet is slightly slow. No worries. Let's do one thing. Let's go to the college login. Can we do that? Let's go to the college login. So now I will also demo to you the college login itself, right? So that once you log in, you'll be able to, what all things you'll be able to do, you'll be able to see that. So we go to college. If any one of your email IDs is being used over here, please rest assured we are using it only for demo purpose. Later on you can reset it. Okay. So as you can see, now over here, you can request for course, you can see the calendar, you can look at your college renewal status, as well as look at the placements that your students can apply for or have applied for, right? So shall we create a course? Yep, let's create a course. And of course, sorry, the first point was the students. So you can see a list of all your students, right? Whoever has registered with task, you can see a list of your students also. Plus, you can check their status, hall ticket number, email IDs, etc. All these things. Next is, when you look at it, the student details can come up. If you click on that individual student. Courses. You can request courses from here itself. Right? So now, you have the flexibility of deciding when you want to do the course. You can go online over here, request for a course. We would get that thing, our coordinator will check for the faculty availability and can assign the faculty member or revert back to you saying faculty not available, and then that can be done differently. Yep, shall we quickly request for a course? Can we do that? Yep. Yep. Yes, yes. And please, just over here, one thing which more I wanted to point it out is that as per your college, whatever stream it is, you'll be able to see those courses. So you'll not be, getting a whole lot of list of courses, etc. to select from. It'll be as per your college itself. Start date, end date, you can choose that you want for these courses to run. The batch size, of course, will be minimum 30. That is one thing that we have put in, right? A college can request for a course to run in the college itself, and this is how it will be done. So automatically it's showing you 21st century skills pending for approval. Once our coordinator approves it, automatically you'll get a mail saying a course is approved. This trainer has been assigned to you, and the training will happen as per that schedule itself. Next. Calendar, okay, we had a look at it, but still. Your courses that you have requested also would be available on the calendar once it's approved, right? Once it's approved. It's not approved, it'll show in the list not approved or approval pending. Go back. Okay, try the placements from here. Okay, try with the other laptop after some time. Okay. Okay. Right. Student. No. Student. Okay. Okay. Now, the second thing which is important is the student login, right? Because all your students, etc., should be able to log in. So we have added some more features for them also. Would just quickly run you through them. Your student, once he logs in, is able to see what active courses He can also, what courses he has completed, etc. Complete dashboard is visible to him. He can see the calendar. For example, Python has been, selected by that college to be run. He has automatically been enrolled for that college. So he has completed it, not completed it, automatically will show it over there. And later on, we'll also build in a resume builder over here itself, through which what all courses he has done automatically will be reflected in the student's resume also, right? What are we logging in now? I'll just show you the course. Okay. Now, once a student also logs in, he'll be able to see everything. For example, 21st century skills is the topic. What are the live classes? What are the assignments on creativity? Feedback on the live class? Everything will be shown over there. So automatically he can actually choose. He can complete his course accordingly and keep on moving to the next one. Yeah. And of course, attendance also is mandated over here itself. And I'm sure all of you would be aware that if a student is logged on to the task portal, right, it's a focus window. If he moves out of it, automatically it is taken as logged out. Right? So that is a brief of the task portal that I thought let me share with you. Of course, later on we will do demos for colleges group wise and walk you through the whole portal at a later date. Right? And I'm extremely proud to say this entire portal, including the Okta platform that we've been using, right, is homegrown here in Telangana itself, and it is by a woman startup who was incubated in VHub, and the company is called as Radius EduTech. Thank you. Now we can call the industry.
Thank you, sir, for taking us through the website. And they say a website without visitors is like a ship lost its horizon. So once our task website is up, I request you to please get in touch with us through our website and stay connected. Thank you.
May I now take the honor of welcoming VC Gopalakrishnan, Director Automotives, to come onto the dais and take over.
Hi everyone, very good afternoon to all of you. So my name is Gopalakrishnan. I work as Director Automotive and EVs in the Industries Department. Firstly, I would like to thank all of you for being here and also for the auspicious ceremony that happened in the morning. The signing of MoU between so many partners of task, and congratulations Mr. Srikanth, and to all of you. And my honor to be standing on this side where I face so many intellectuals, academicians, and college principals, and who've done so much on the education side. So I'll just take you through what our focus is, in the government side when we talk about EV and energy storage, and what we have as an ecosystem in Hyderabad, and what are the job opportunities, and what are the business opportunities that we have here for entrepreneurs to take up and stuff like that. So just to give a background, we had this draft policy in 2018, and over the next 2 years we had a lot of meetings with again institutions, academicians and think tanks. We looked into the other policies of global policies around the world, and spoke to the industry stakeholders, and finally we fine-tuned it, and our EV and ESS policy, that is electric vehicle and energy system storage policy, it came out, it got notified in September 2020. So it's just about to be 2 years now, and the policy talks about 3 main verticals. One is what are the subsidies that we offer to manufacturers or entrepreneurs who want to set up a shop here, manufacturing or be it R&D. The second is on what the demand side incentives are. So to have more adoption of electric vehicles in the state, what are the kind of incentives that we give? And the third portion of this particular policy talks about what are the charging stations and where are they going to be implemented, what are the location, etc. So this is just the background of Telangana. I don't have to be an ambassador here. All of us have been around here, and all of you have seen what Hyderabad is and what Telangana is capable of. But just to quickly, walk you through this, we are a very cost-competitive state in terms of manufacturing. We have a lot of units from the very beginning. We are the pharma capital right now, and also now we are slowly progressive in the aerospace and defense areas. We are also doing well in textiles. EV and automotive is also something which just has picked up over the last 2 years. I'll give you the numbers also as we walk through the presentation. And a few more pointers. I mean, you can just go through it. We have everything. The main thing would be the ease of doing business here. For a company or an entrepreneur to start a business, there is no other city right now in India. Even we have surpassed Bangalore right now, because many of the startups that were present in Bangalore, or be it in Gujarat, they have come to Hyderabad in the last 1 to 2 years. So that easy it is to do business here. And there is a lot of networking that happens between these startups also. And T-Hub is one of the main focus points, the focal point where all this networking also happens for Hyderabad. And those are main reasons. And apart from that, of course, the industrial climate here, these, the kind of subsidies that we give, and also the focus from government, to have more industries come over. And you all heard KTR Garu some time back. So that is the passion that the leadership itself has. So again, I mean, the next couple of slides are going to talk about the same thing, like why are we where we are right now, and why so many companies are picking Hyderabad. So basically, what I wanted to tell you was that over the last 2 years, in this particular space itself, where I am representing this EV and automotive space, we have had about deals worth 7,000 crores, and the kind of employment that this can generate, the potential is close to 15,000. So I'm only talking about the direct employment. So the indirect can go 3 times or 4 times depending on what category of products they have, etc. Right? And what Mr. Srikanth and what we are trying to do here is also to have more automotive and EV courses. And when I was interacting last year with many colleges, few of you are here. I can see you, but I have been interacting, and I understood that many students are picking computer science, and the number of batches of computer science is increasing quite a lot, but electrical and mechanical have been reducing, and that is a sad fact to see. And maybe we all should discuss more on this and see how we can have more ready for employment people. I mean, coming out, college graduates coming out of college in both the core subjects like electronics, electrical and mechanical. And that is something which I think we should focus more on over the next year or two, and have more happening around that space. You can go down. Yeah. So just we'll pause at this slide. So this is the ecosystem that we have right now. Few of them have been added over the last 3-4 years. So among the first category, which is design, or the back-end software category, we were already good in IT space. So we have companies like Stellantis pick up Hyderabad as a spot. They are right now working from Wipro, but they are soon going to have their own building, just like ZF has right now. They have a 11-floor building in Financial District, and they're going to soon have about 4,000 or 5,000 people work out of there. So that is the kind of employment on the software side. Of course, Hyundai Mobis is something that was here from 2007, but seeing how well it is running and how the response is from the kind of IT public here, they are also picking Hyundai Mobis, to work with. So they have started their second facility also here. So both put together, it's more than about 10,000 employment opportunity over there. And Fisker is a new deal that we had, and they are also coming on board. So they'll be picking a couple of floors somewhere in Madhapur or somewhere, and they'll start off. But that is also something we have. And there are many other names on the left side again. So among the manufacturing side, right? So we have HBL already, we have MRF. Light Auto is something we signed up last December. They are going to start their facility soon. And Olectra is an EV bus manufacturer. Already they are present in Jadcherla, and they are also going to expand. They have taken about 150 acres in Sitarampur. So they will be having a factory, and they will also be looking for, all the unskilled, semi-skilled, skilled, as well as, on the management side, employees. They will also be looking for talented guys. So these are some of the opportunities. Ito, Etrio, Gaia Motors, I think all of you know them. They are homegrown companies into three-wheeler EVs. Pure EV is in the backyard of IIT, so all of us know them. One Moto is a recent thing that has happened. It's a two-wheeler EV company, British company. Graviton is a Sirsila-based company who have just launched their two-wheelers, electric vehicles. So we've put Mahindra over there because, I mean, it's something which I should not talk about right now. The announcement is just going to happen. But Mahindra is also looking at EV out of Telangana in a big way. And Olectra, as I said, it's a bus manufacturer, and a few others. Celestial Mobility is a EV tractor manufacturing company. So this space is only growing, and of course, as you all know, I don't have to give you the numbers. You all know it yourself. I think 49% of manufacturing GDP of India is coming out of automotive space. So that is the potential that is there. And frankly speaking, we are playing a catching up game because that was not the focus until recently. Over the last 4 years, focus is there from the top leaders, and I would urge all of you also to look within your systems and see how best you can push potential guys out who are ready for employment in the core subjects. Basically IT, we are already there, so this is my pitch to you, and I'm sure that you all would yourself be having this issue of how to make this possible and make Telangana or make the state have more such employable candidates in the core areas. And not to mention Race Energy is another homegrown company. They are into retrofitment of electric motors into three-wheelers. You will already find Race Energy three-wheeler autos on roads in and around Madhapur. They are situated very close by. Yeah, so that's about it. Axiom is a charging station manufacturer. So we also have many. So in the pipeline, there are about 30 companies, out of which there is a very major announcement coming up first week of August, which is like the ultimate. For India, that would be a very big shocker. So that is also going to happen within August mid. So there is a lot of companies coming up and a lot of industries also apart from this, coming to Hyderabad. I think from our side, what we should see, this would be the third time I'm saying, but pardon me for repeating again, is how best we can have more guys in the core subjects, present here, and not to lose them out to some other state or outside India, but to have, because we have that opportunity here. And if there is any other questions or we need to connect on something, I'm always available. For now, today I'll be here, but then otherwise I'm always available. Mr. Srikanth. Sorry. Yeah, so there is something, of course, recently, which KTR Garu also announced, which was 3 weeks back at Zahirabad, when he visited Zahirabad for 3 or 4, kind of things on the same day, events on the same day. One of them was, there is a company called MG Automotive at Zahirabad. I mean, you all would know it. So they are bus and coach manufacturers earlier. Now they have pivoted into electric vehicle space, and they are going to incubate all these, smaller electric vehicle companies out of their space at Zahirabad. So during that time, our Minister Garu, he announced that along with TASK being the focal point, and with all the ecosystem surrounding TASK, there is going to be this new institute. It's called Kalam's Institute of Automotive Technology that is going to come up, and this is going to focus, basically on all the automotive traits that we can think of. And it is still in preliminary stages of discussion, but it is something which is going to come up very soon. And I would also urge that we should all collaborate on that front as well. So that we can make that also a mega success, and that is one of its kind. I think we don't have any such automotive institutes in India. There are many industrial, technical institutions even here in Telangana. Many of them I have visited myself, and they are also doing a great job. And they have themselves, kind of connected from earlier on to all these companies that are there in and around their space, and tried to correlate their, their subjects, so that guys coming out of these ITIs can be directly picked by the companies, and all that collaboration is already happening. But I think TASK is also working on how we can structure this and have more presence of ITI guys in companies in Telangana. But this Kalam's Automotive Institute, Kalam's Institute of Automotive Technology, is something which we also should watch out for, which is something really great for our state. So with that, I think I'll end my speech. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Gopal Krishna. sir. If anyone has any questions, then we are open to take the questions now. Thank you for the insights, Gopal Krishnan. And I think this is great news for us as well to hear about the Kalam Institute. I request CEO sir to please give a moment to, as a token of appreciation to VC Gopal Krishnan. Thank you, sir. Thanks for being here. May I request Mr. Srikanth Sinha Garu, CEO TASK, to please join the dais, and we'll also request the participants here to please share your feedback. And if there are any questions from your end, we are open. So the house is open for the discussion now.
Thank you, Admiri. We have been doing most of the talking till now. Now is the time we get to listen to you. So colleges, corporates, whoever are there, any feedbacks, any suggestions, please feel free. Can we have some mics going around in the room, please? Yeah, no, in fact, we didn't expect it. What we had suggested was that the girls would make 2 rows, but then, you know how people are. Once they see KTR Garu, they, you know, all kind of things break. And second thing, what happened was there was not a distance, right? Typically what happens, there is a barricade which keeps the people away from the VIPs. Unfortunately, we could not arrange that kind of a thing because the audience itself, if you look at it, we had chairmen of various colleges, we had corporates, top corporate leaders, etc., etc. So that's where it went slightly out of hand. But yes, I agree with you. You know, probably we will plan better next time. We will get KTR Garu to speak first before we, you know, get the students to access him. Sure, point taken. Any suggestions related to courses, anything that you want to add, delete, whatever, please feel free.
Pandemic also we worked, and now we are expecting lot many programs as an FDP because
right, when you would have opened our resource book or our diary, that the head office address is showing some other address than what was showing earlier, right? So we are about to shift into the technical education building itself, right? We are going to occupy the first floor over there, and the next door is the Polytechnic, right? So we will also be running programs with hands-on for faculty members in the Polytechnic. So that's exactly what our intention is. So a lot of more hands-on practical FDPs will be implemented, even for technology, apart from, of course, facilitation skills and other things which you'll anyway do. So thank you for that. Thanks, man.
Sir.
Yes, please.
Good evening. This is Praveen representing Vidya Jyoti Institute of Technology. We honored that we are here today. So two things I want to
Wish we were 100. No, we are not that. We are 80 something right now. And of course, we have done a lot of things. And we have program account executives for every program, right? And they work very closely with the relationship manager, for various programs.
But before that, just if you send an email to us so that
most of the emails, etc., that will be sent would be directly to the colleges with the copy to the relationship managers.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely, no problems.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hello, sir. Myself, I am Dr. Srikanth from St. Peter's Engineering College. The
bodies. In fact, we had invited a lot of trade bodies also to be part of these discussions today. Unfortunately, due to prior commitments, they couldn't come. But we are working very closely. If I look at it directly right now, task, and I'm already part of CII's livelihood skills and education, livelihood and skills committee. Also, I'm part of the national skills committee of FICCI. So multiple organizations. So wherever we are going, we are talking about the problems students are facing. And it's not that the industry are not aware of it. But the industry feel that today, if they take a student over there, right, neither do they do justice to it, neither their students do justice to it, right? And that is where they say when a full-time student on a full day doesn't do any justice, if we get him only for half an hour, then what kind of justice will the student do?
Yes,
and that is why they are not very keen to do it, right? However, we are trying to change it.
Yes.
We are talking to the industry, we are talking to the institutions, we are trying, as that morning I said, staggered internship. When an industry knows that one seat is going to be blocked for him throughout the year, they'd be happy to do it instead of just blocking a seat for 2 hours. 2 months or 3 months. So that's the kind of things that we were doing it. Definitely.
If you implement this, I think you are the first window to change the education system.
Correct. No, in fact, unfortunately, due to change in schedule, etc., we wanted Naveen Mittalji, Commissioner, Collegiate and Technical Education. In fact, he was on waiting for me to call him so that we could talk about new education policy implementation in Telangana. See, come whatever it is, we have to change, right? New education policy is here to stay, right? It is the thing that needs to be done. And if you ask me, for the last 2000 years, since the time of Socrates, education has not changed. It's a sage on the stage, standing over there, writing on board, right? With e-learning, etc., and I'm extremely happy being in the field of online education for 2.5 decades. For me, this was music that most of our faculty members immediately moved on to online learning. And that happened because the circumstances forced it, right? So I agree with you. The only person who accepts change is the baby who has got a soiled diaper, right? Remaining apart from that, all of us are resistant to change, right? So we will try, definitely we will try to get these things going and try to see how we can reach over there. Sure, thanks.
Thanks, sir.
Yes,
I'm from Nizamabad, TSWRDC.
Recently, I visited with the Honorable Minister Sirsila also, where we met the residential school girls, etc., college girls, etc., over there also, and we did discuss this. So I think I would be taking it up with Mr. Ronald Rose. Ronald sir, I'll talk to him and try to see if something can be done. But having said that, I would like to burst a bubble over here. Because they are tribal and social welfare colleges, the fees for degree is 250 rupees only per candidate.
Yes.
Right? It is 250 rupees per candidate plus GST, of course. Right? For the entire career plus 3 years for placements post the career. Right? So that is what it is. And our registration fees are like that. Right? 500 rupees for
600 rupees
degree.
Yeah.
Right? And if it's engineer, it's 1200 rupees. And that is for general candidate. SC, ST, it's 50% is reduced over there also.
No, I'm not talking about the registration, sir. But the thing is, if the offline.
Task and see how these children who are underserved.
Most of 10% of the students are more enthusiastic, sir.
Absolutely.
Definitely, if these programs will be conducted, definitely there will be some kind of recruitments can be done from our college.
Madam,
for
I
the
absolutely agree
students.
with you 100% on this. And in fact, I think these are the colleges that we need to support. So happy to work with you on that and support these students to make themselves, a good career.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, ma'am. Any further questions? Anything else? Great. Ma'am.
I'm Dr. Vijaya.
say that can we also get our students to visit T-Hub, which is a landmark here today. So we'll try to arrange for that also moving ahead. Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Point taken, ma'am. Great. So thank you very much. Indeed, a pleasure, and whatever feedbacks you have given, definitely we'll work on them. And whatever we are implementing, we'll definitely communicate to you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Rose.
Now we come to an end of the event, but before we break, let us thank you enough. You are a wonderful audience and we hope that you have been a good host equally. May I request Mr. Pradeep Reddy to propose a vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. On behalf of TASK, I'm glad that today I'm here to share my vote of thanks to each and everyone who is present here since morning, in spite of your busy schedules. A special thank to our chief guest, KTR sir, for accepting our invite and taking out his valuable time to be with us in the morning for his influential and visionary talk. And to the guest of honor, Dr. Jayesh Ranjan Garu, who has been our backbone since the inception of TASK. We thank all the delegates who have participated in the deliberation. Some of you have traveled long hours. Thanks a lot for that. I would also like to thank the corporate and college representatives who are present at this event. Without their support, we would not have been standing here to share our success and, of course, have this meeting. The constant support behind this event, our CEO, Mr. Shrikant Sinha. Sir, we would not be able to organize this event without your support, and always you are our strength. Thanks a lot for that, sir. We need your guidance going ahead to conduct more events like this, and we always there to support you in the success of TASK. I would also like to thank T-Hub CEO, MS Garu, and facilities team as well for giving us this platform to conduct this event, and also they were very cooperative from starting till end, though we had some disturbances in the projection and all, but still we were able to manage the show. Thanks a lot for that. Once again, I would like to give a big thank to all the guests. Without your presence here, the day would not have completed, then the day would not be meaningful. Thanks a lot, and we would like to thank each and every media partner, both electronic and print media, for extending their support for the coverage of this event and everything. Thanks a lot for that. Last but not the least, I like to thank all the family members of TASK for their support and cooperation. That's a tremendous support from them. We've been working for this event since a month, I guess, and last 2 weeks it's terrible, and we worked hard, and finally we tried to achieve something big, and thanks a lot. And I would like to thank each and everyone who have cooperated, participated, directly or indirectly. Thanks a lot, everyone, and I wish you all have a pleasant evening, and we have arrangements for tea and snacks. Please have it, and have a safe journey back to your places. Thanks a lot. And I would like to request all TASK family members to have a group photo here. Thanks a lot. And other guests, please, I request you to go and have high tea. Thanks a lot.